Chapter 207. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Demonic chi surged within the seven-star array, causing the entire canyon to tremble violently. Boom! An inhuman palm suddenly broke through the barrier of the demonic chi and the altar, appearing in the outside world. Crack! Lightning struck from the sky. Demonic chi exploded. The terrifying lightning struck the demonic chi. The demonic chi tumbled violently as if it was facing a terrible threat. Then, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. They gathered together like a sea of thunder, completely enveloping the altar. Qin Shujian stood in the distance, watching this scene. The destructive aura overflowing from the lightning made his expression solemn. Lightning was a new life, but it was also destruction. He didn't think that lightning could destroy the evil spirit, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack. Because the evil spirit hadn't completely appeared. Lightning was falling from the sky. If he attacked now, he would be targeted by the sky, and then he would be struck as well. Qin Shujian wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. But if he was targeted, it would definitely be troublesome. Rumble. Lightning continued to fall. However, the demonic chi underground seemed to be endless. It constantly swarmed up from below and eroded the surrounding land. Even the lightning couldn't completely penetrate the terrifying demonic chi. All of a sudden, a hand directly penetrated through the demonic aura and grabbed the thunderbolt that was descending. Immediately, it shattered it. Buzz! A terrifying and vast aura burst out in an instant. As if meeting a king, the demonic chi surged wildly, and the entire seven-star array was completely shattered. Through the demonic chi, a terrifying figure could be seen crawling out of the seal. Lightning crazily struck from the sky, but it couldn't do anything to the demonic chi at all. A bleak and ancient voice rang out, accompanied by endless bloodlust and evil. "I'm finally back. Kill." As soon as the iron-blooded voice fell, the power of the 1,000-mountain blood in the sky surged. The Thunderbolt Dao seal appeared, encircling the crystal blade with terrifying lightning. Then, an unparalleled thunderbolt blade directly cut through the layers of demonic chi and slashed toward the huge figure. Dao artifact. The evil spirit's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the thunderbolt blade that destroyed the demonic chi, it was shocked. But soon, another cold light that pierced through the void appeared. The Qiankuan bow also shot out a cloud-piercing arrow when Qian Shanxue slashed out with his blade. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian stepped into the air, and his hands suddenly made a gesture. The vast true qi in his dantian was instantly emptied, and a body that seemed to have existed since ancient times condensed in the void. When the seal fell, the ancient body also pressed down with a palm. That aura that seemed to have transcended the ages directly bombarded the demonic qi, causing it to dissipate. Then, it fell on the evil spirit. It only took a moment. Qin Shujian unleashed all of his power. The terrifying attack completely engulfed the evil spirit, and one could vaguely hear the evil spirit's unwilling roar. It was as if an instant had passed. It also felt like a long time had passed. The lightning in the sky suddenly disappeared. The surging demonic chi seemed to have lost its main body. It suddenly calmed down and slowly dissipated. "You killed the demon. You have received 10 luck points." The system's message made Qin Shujian's originally serious expression immediately relax. Qian Shanxue's Dao seal, which was hanging in the sky, retracted and returned to the scabbard on his back. As for the demonic chi, a cold light also rolled back, and when it flew back, it turned back into the cloud-piercing arrow. Dead. The Qiankuan bow was still in a state of confusion. It was not that it had never seen how terrifying the evil spirit was. Even if the evil spirit had just broken out of its seal and was suppressed by the ordinary realm, it should not be underestimated. After all, in the same realm, the evil spirit was not invincible, but it was definitely difficult to deal with. As a result, in less than one exchange, or rather, the evil spirit did not even have a chance to show its face, and it was directly blasted into pieces. Looking at the scattered yuan corroding bone powder on the ground, the Qiankuan both thought that it was in a dream. Qin Shujian took out a silver box and went forward to put a part of the yuan corroding bone powder in it. At this time, The demonic chi had no master. It was spreading and spreading little by little. Qin Shujian took out Qian Shanshua's Dao Seal, and the Thunder Dao Seal expanded greatly, enveloping all the demonic chi that was spilling out, and then dissipating it at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the canyon was clear and bright. Even the fog that had been lingering in the sky all day long had dissipated at this time. The sunlight poured down, and directly dispelled all the darkness. The place where the evil spirit was originally born, the seven-star formation had long been broken, and the 7 bronze pillars had also collapsed, leaving behind a bottomless pit. At this time, the dried-up true chi had also slowly recovered. Looking at the pit below and the broken appearance of the altar, Qin Shujian directly used true chi to bombard the surrounding mountain walls, and then used a Dao artifact to slash, directly causing the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon to collapse. Rumble. The rocks and soil that rolled down covered all traces of the battle. Including the small part of the land that was contaminated by the demonic chi, it was also buried. After Qin Shujian left, about more than half an hour later, people came one after another, and when they saw the mess in front of them, they all looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The scene of the thunder before. Many people in Lingchuan Ordinary Region saw it. Some knowledgeable people thought that Lingchuan Ordinary Region's evil spirit had also broken out of the seal, and wanted to cause a demonic disaster. However, the thunder only existed for a short while before dissipating. They also did not feel the eruption of demonic chi. At this time, some people's faces were filled with confusion. In a deep abyss, there was a blood moon in the sky. The extremely dense demonic chi was spreading throughout the entire abyss. In the huge abyss, there were many terrifying auras spreading out. There were also many figures climbing along the abyss, trying to leave this place. At this time, the demonic chi in the abyss was turbulent and vast, and a tall figure was slowly born from the demonic chi. The blood moon in the sky poured moonlight, turning into a beam of light and entering it. This sudden turn of events. It immediately attracted the attention of other terrifying existences. Which evil spirit died and is now resurrecting in this demonic abyss? There have been a lot of evil spirits resurrecting recently. Including this one, it's already the 13th. Who knows what madness they have? In the past, they sealed the evil spirits, and now they are resurrecting in the demonic abyss. Voices echoed like demonic voices, shaking the demonic chi. 6 Desires Evil Lord looked at his surroundings, which were strange yet familiar at the same time. Even now, he was still in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Who used the Dao artifact, and who shot the arrow? That palm print should be the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. The chaotic memories kept gathering, and finally, a monstrous anger erupted from 6 Desires Evil Lord's chest. Roar. He raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound waves caused the demonic chi to dissipate. Finally, the demon lord of 6 Desires' eyes were revealed. It was as if flames were about to shoot out of his eyes. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. The other party released him, and then used a thunderous method to kill him. From beginning to end. He, an evil spirit, did not even have the chance to fight back. He was directly killed by the concentrated attacks. Thinking of the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal and the sharpness of the Dao artifact, 6 Desires Evil Lord still had some lingering fear. There was no reason for it. His palm touched his buttocks again, and then endless humiliation and anger surged in his heart. That arrow. Who shot it? 6 Desires Evil Lord's anger was noticed by the other evil spirits, and they could not help but mock him. You are so angry. Don't tell me you were tortured to death. If that's the case, it's a disgrace to the evil spirit. The mocking voices made the 6 Desires Evil Lord furious. His bell-sized eyes stared coldly at an evil demon. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? Defeated general, who do you think you are? You are courting death. 6 Desires Evil Lord's body suddenly moved, and his palm shook the void and blasted toward the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit shrouded in demonic chi was not afraid at all. It revealed a huge snake body and tangled with the evil spirit. Boom. Boom. The bodies of the two evil spirits were dozens of feet tall. Although they were still small compared to the demon abyss, every attack caused the demonic chi to surge like waves, and the stone walls of the demon abyss trembled slightly. This scene. It immediately attracted the attention of the other evil spirits. Watching the battle between the two sides, many demons revealed looks of interest. The demon abyss was too lonely. It was so lonely that it looked the same for thousands of years. The evil demons could be said to be immortal. If they could not leave the demon abyss, they would have to endure eternal loneliness. So, any evil spirit was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, and they were violent and evil. They were born this way, and under the influence of the demonic chi, their nature had been magnified many times. Fighting like this. It was very common in the demon abyss. Only this kind of battle could make the other evil spirits feel happy. Six Desires' evil lord did not care about the other evil spirits. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear the evil spirit in front of him who dared to provoke him into pieces. Originally, he was humiliated by being killed in a single blow. He vented all of his anger on the evil spirit in front of him. There were no shackles in the demon abyss. Every evil spirit that was reborn in the demon abyss was able to display their true strength. Six Desires' evil lord's strength was extremely strong. Even if he had just been reborn and had not fully recovered, the strength he could display was not much weaker than an ordinary evil spirit. This battle had stirred up the devil abyss and caused it to buzz. Shocking roars and cold hisses. Many evil spirits showed a cruel and bloodthirsty look in their eyes. It was as if they had been infected. Gradually, the other evil spirits who were watching from the sidelines could not hold back anymore, and their terrifying bodies directly joined the battle. The terrifying aura instantly soared into the sky. Demonic chi filled the sky like smoke signals. Chapter 208. Was the Lord of Six Desires reborn in the demon abyss? To Qin Shujian, this had nothing to do with him. After all, he only wanted luck points. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. After returning from Lingchuan Fan Realm, Qin Shujian was in a good mood with 10 luck points. After returning to Yuan sect, he put the bow of heaven and earth in his storage ring. Then, he took out the 1,000 mountain blood. He threw 10 luck points into it. Boom! Above Yuan sect, thunder rumbled again. A terrifying heavenly aura suddenly appeared. Shun Yuhua, who was refining pills, suddenly trembled her hand. The flame under her control suddenly rose. The alchemy furnace in front of her made a loud noise. A burnt smell came from inside. Failed. Shun Yuhua frowned slightly. It was not strange to fail in refining pills. Although she was already an upper-grade alchemist, there was a very low chance of failure even when refining pills of the first or second grade. What really caught her attention was, it was the terrifying aura that had just appeared. When that aura swept over, this caused the true essence in her entire body to tremble. It was also because of this that she failed in refining pills. However, that aura only appeared for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. Shun Yuhua could not find it at all. Then, she thought about it. There were many strong people in Yuan sect. She was only an inner aura cultivator. If she was not proficient in alchemy, she would not be qualified to sit in the position of an elder. If something really went wrong, those outer aura cultivators would take care of it. It was not her turn to intervene. Thinking of this, Shun Yuhua opened the lid of the furnace and cleared out the waste dregs. Then, she began to refine new pills. It was similar to this situation. It was everywhere in Yuan sect. Many people's minds were shaken by this sudden pressure. However, some of the disciples of Yuan sect who were used to it recovered after a short moment of shock. Just like this heavenly aura, it would be emitted once in a while. It was probably because the sect master's cultivation had improved again. On the peak of Mount Liang. At this moment, another pattern appeared on Qian Shanshue's crystal blade. It was very close to the previous one, but there was still a long way to go before it could form a complete seal. After the 1-seal Dao artifact, it should be the 2-seal Dao artifact. Previously, I only spent more than 20 luck points and a carnate fey to condense a 1 seal Dao artifact. Now, I've spent more than 20 luck points on the foundation of a 1 seal Dao artifact, but I haven't even formed a half seal. If that's the case, I'll need at least 50 points to condense the second seal. Qin Shujian didn't look too happy when he saw Qian Shanshue's power increase. Luck points were easy to obtain, but it was still very difficult. 10 luck points were thrown in. The Dao artifact had not been upgraded, and neither had his faction's rank. A 5th grade force. Qin Shujian felt that this would be a hurdle. Once they crossed over, Yuan Zhong's overall strength would definitely soar. However, according to his guess, the true Dominion shouldn't be able to accommodate a 5th grade force. Plus, there weren't enough disciples in Yuan Zhong now. Including the previous recruitment and the original disciples, Yuan Zhong only had about 2,500 people now. Of course, this didn't include the players. If the players were included, Yuan Zhong had about 7,000 to 8,000 people now. Qin Shujian didn't care too much about the handymen he had plundered. These people all had cultivation realms. It would be easier to nurture them than others. The only problem was their loyalty. He still had to slowly assess them. If they were suitable, he could directly upgrade them and save a lot of trouble. After upgrading Qian Shanxue, Qin Shujian released the cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. Sect Master, can you not put me in the storage ring in the future? The spirit chi there is scarce. It's easy to suffocate if I stay there for too long. You're a carnate fey. Why are you afraid of suffocating? But it's very uncomfortable, the cosmic bow said helplessly. It really didn't like staying in the storage ring. If it hadn't been unbearable, it wouldn't have dared ask this question. All right, I'll let you follow me in the future. Qin Shujian had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. After all, although this bow's strength was average, it was still useful. Most importantly, it had profound knowledge, which was the most precious thing to him. Then, Qin Shujian took out the essence corroding bone powder and asked, "How do I use this to find the location of the sealed evil fiends?" The essence corroding bone powder was formed by the evil fiends after they died. As long as it enters the area where the evil fiends are located, there will naturally be a reaction. The cosmic bow pondered for a moment before speaking. According to my estimation, the ordinary realm has the most evil fiends sealed and is the easiest to find. If it's in the true Dominion, the seal won't be easy to find. Even if it's found, it won't be easy to break it. As for what the cosmic bow said, Qin Shujian agreed. If there was really an evil fiend seal in the true Dominion, it would definitely be a serious matter. Or else, once the devil calamity occurred in the true Dominion, a mere ordinary realm would not be able to compare to it. The true Dominion was vast and had an upper limit of the 10th level true martial realm. If one wanted to suppress such a devil calamity, they would need to expend tens or even hundreds of times more energy than the ordinary realm. On the contrary, the reason the evil fiends sealed in the ordinary realm was not strictly guarded was because there were too many ordinary realms. If one took care of all the seals, it would inevitably disperse their strength. Secondly, even if a devil calamity occurred in the ordinary realm, it would not cause too much of a problem as long as it did not break through the shackles of the region. Just like what had happened in the desolate ordinary realm. If the ordinary realm had not been destroyed in a short time, it might not have attracted the attention of the Marquis of Northern Cloud. However, even so, the devil calamity had been suppressed in a short time. Since the imperial court could suppress the devil calamity, it was obvious that they were not afraid of it. The reason why they were so afraid, according to Qin Shujian's guess, this should be the reason why everywhere the fiendish qi passed by turned into a land of death. Looking at the additional source of life, he directly piled it on the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique. This cultivation technique was immediately deduced to the 8th level of the true martial section. With the Yuan corroding bone powder, Qin Shujian no longer planned to peacefully cultivate on Liang Mountain. He wanted to take a pile of Yuan corroding bone powder and embark on the long road to find the fiendish qi. However, just as this thought arose, he went directly to the casting hall and found Shun Yuqing, who was refining weapons. Compared to the dispirited look before, The current Shen Yuqing had a bit more confidence, as if she was recovering the spirit that the genius disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect should have. Since entering the Yuan sect, thus, he became an inner sect elder and took charge of the smithing hall. In addition to that, many disciples who wanted to learn the art of casting were also willing to enter the casting hall and become a casting apprentice. To this, Shen Yuqing naturally would not refuse. The Pill Cauldron sect had been destroyed, but he did not want the inheritance of the Pill Cauldron sect to be severed by him and Shen Yuhua. On the contrary, to be able to pass down the unique martial arts of the Pill Cauldron sect in the Yuan sect could be considered an alternative way to continue the inheritance. When Qin Shujian arrived, Shen Yuqing was guiding a few apprentices in the art of casting. Compared to other places, the temperature in the casting hall was also relatively higher. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Shen Yuqing immediately cupped her hands respectfully and said, "Shen Yuqing greets the sect master. Elder Shen, you don't have to be so polite. Sect master, why are you free to come to the casting hall today? Is there something wrong?" Shen Yuqing asked with a little surprise. Ever since the casting hall was built, Qin Shujian had not come even once. Now that he suddenly visited, Shen Yuqing would never believe that there was nothing wrong. Qin Shujian said, "I came here this time to hope that Elder Shen can cast a batch of pendants that can hold things. The style is about this." While speaking, he took out a drawing and handed it over. Shen Yuqing reached out and took it. Looking at the ingenious pendant drawn on the drawing, she could not help but exclaim, "Good drawing." Subsequently, he also looked at it seriously, then raised his head and asked, "There is no problem in casting such a pendant, but I don't know what kind of requirements the sect master has, or what kind of ability you want the pendant to have." The art of casting was not as simple as casting a weapon or armor. It also involved rune imprints and so on, which could be inlaid on certain items, making them have all kinds of magic. This was also the reason why a master of casting could cast spiritual weapons. In the end, it was because the material of the spiritual weapon was extraordinary, and then through excellent casting methods, it was inlaid with powerful rune imprints, which made it have extraordinary power. And this was the method of artificially casting spiritual weapons. Speaking of rune imprints, when Qin Shujian became an inferior casting master, he also knew a little, but definitely not as much as Shen Yuqing, an intermediate casting master. Hearing this, he shook his head and replied, "No need for any ability, just cast according to this style. The inside needs a center that can hold some powder. The only problem is probably the amount is a little too much." "I see." Shen Yuqing was relieved and smiled confidently. "These are just small problems. How much does the sect master need?" "Then 5,000. 5,000. Shen Yuqing almost thought that she had heard wrongly. The confident smile on his face had stiffened. Qin Shujian asked doubtfully, "Elder Shen, what's the problem?" No, I don't know when the sect master plans to ask for it. The sooner the better, and this batch of pendants must be cast with silver. As for how much silver is needed, you can communicate with Elder Shu. I will tell him when the time comes." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing pondered for a while and finally nodded. 5,000 pendants is a large number. I will need about 10 to 15 days. If it is completed in advance, I will inform the sect master. "Okay, then I will trouble Elder Shen with this matter. Sect master is too polite. Then I will leave first." Qin Shujian simply left, waving his sleeves and not taking anything with him, only leaving the blueprint. Shen Yuqing was left alone, looking at the blueprint in a daze. 5,000, as he said, was not a small number. Fortunately, the other party did not have any requirements for the grade, just making it into a pendant would do. In this way, even other apprentices in the casting hall could help to cast. In this case, there would be a lot of manpower. This was also the reason why Shen Yuqing dared to say that it would be completed in 10 to 15 days. On the other side, after coming out of the casting hall, Qin Shujian went down Mount Liang directly. He asked Shen Yuqing to cast those pendants so that they could store the yuan corroding bone powder and let the other disciples of the origin sect wear them, making it easier to find more locations of the evil fiend seals. However, 5,000 was not a small number. Shen Yuqing said that it would take half a month. During this period of time, Qin Shujian couldn't just sit and wait. Moreover, he had the yuan-corroding bone powder on him. If he did not go out for a walk, he would feel sorry for himself. There were many places that bordered the true domain of Mount Liang. Especially after the 9-leaf ordinary domain was merged with the true domain of Mount Liang, the areas that it came into contact with had gradually expanded. A person walked on the ancient path with a saber on his back, a longbow floating beside him, as though an invisible hand was holding the bow. It has been so many years, I almost forgot how long it has been since I last walked in the outside world. TSK, the spirit chi is still so thin, far worse than that of Mount Liang. This flower is not bad, it looks like it has the potential to give birth to sentience. The heaven and earth bow controlled the spirit chi of heaven and earth to support itself. It looked at its surroundings and sighed from time to time. It had been so many years. It had been enshrined by the Coiling Stone sect and had almost no chance to come into contact with the outside world. The only place it could see was the Coiling Stone sect's land. Most of the time, it stayed in the Great Hall. After it came to the Origin sect, it basically stayed on the peak of Mount Liang, silently absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. The heaven and earth bow had a chance to walk in the outside world like now. In its memory, it had been a long time since it had the chance. However, Qin Shujian's expression was slightly dark. Since they came out, the Cosmos bow had been talking to itself non-stop. Even if it saw a cat or a dog, it would still be able to say a few words. Along the way, this had already attracted the attention of many people. Originally, a bow that could fly was amazing enough. However, a bow that could not only fly but also talk was a proper treasure. If Qin Shujian hadn't revealed it so openly, he would have been shocked. In addition, his cultivation was unfathomable. Perhaps someone would have already tried to snatch it. But even so, Qin Shujian also felt that there were many people following behind him. To this, although he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, he was really annoyed by the heaven and earth bow. If you talk a little more, don't blame me for throwing you into the storage ring and letting you accompany your piercing cloud arrow. Sect Master, you said you wouldn't put me into the storage ring. The heaven and earth bow was shocked. Qin Shujian laughed and said, "Do you think I'm someone who keeps my word?" The heaven and earth bow fell into silence. It wasn't easy to come out. It was better not to seek death. The heaven and earth bow stopped talking. Qin Shujian finally felt that his ears were much quieter. When he took a step forward, there seemed to be a faint imprint. His figure disappeared on the spot like a gust of wind. As for the heaven and earth bow, it followed closely behind. The people who had been silently following Qin Shujian saw the figure in front of them disappear and couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. Chapter 209. This time, Qin Shujian was going to the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. The heaven-toppling ordinary realm was close to the Lingchuan ordinary realm and was also close to the Liang Mountain true domain. In terms of history, the heaven-toppling ordinary realm was around the same time as the Liang Mountain true domain. It was the same when compared to the Lingchuan ordinary realm. Since the Liang Mountain true domain and the Lingchuan ordinary realm both had sealed demons. Then, according to Qin Shujian's guess, there must be suppressed demons in the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. So, he carried the yuan-corroding bone powder in his arms and resolutely embarked on the journey to the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. After entering the heaven-toppling ordinary realm, Qin Shujian realized that there were not many players here. As the game was opened for a long time, players walked out of the novice village one after another. And when all the players left the novice village would completely disappear. This point, Qin Shujian had already silently observed the movements of the novice village of the Liang Mountain true domain. This change, it made him understand. The existence of the novice village was completely different from the existence of the other forces in this world. Or else, how could the novice village appear from the appearance of the players and then quietly disappear? If this world was a game world, then the novice village was more like a program. The NPCs inside were more like intelligent NPCs in games. Everything was for the sake of the players. As for the other people in this world, They had 100% freedom in all aspects. They also had their own thoughts. They were fundamentally different from the NPCs in the novice village. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian realized that there was a faint warmth in his arms, as if something was burning. He couldn't help but take out the silver box. The box that should have been cold was now somewhat hot. The yuan corroding bone powder is reacting. Although he had never seen the reaction of the yuan corroding bone powder, it did not prevent him from knowing what was going on in front of him. The Cosmos Bow also said at the side, if the yuan corroding bone powder reacts, it proves that there is indeed a sealed demon here. Sect Master can follow the direction of the source of the feeling to find it. After holding it in all the way, it finally found an opportunity to speak. Hearing this, Qin Shujian held the silver box in his hand and walked forward. But after walking for a while, not only did the heat from the silver box not continue to ferment, but it also gradually cooled down. Immediately, he stopped. The gradually decreasing reaction of the yuan eroding bone powder in the box proved that he had gone in the wrong direction. After that, Qin Shujian walked back for a while and then changed direction. After repeating this several times, in the end, the reaction of the yuan corroding bone powder did not subside. Instead, as he continued to advance, the silver box gradually became hot to the touch. Could it be that the evil spirit is sealed below? Looking down at the bottomless cliff, Qin Shujian felt the heat from the silver box in his hand and had a rough guess. Right now, he was on top of a cliff. This was according to the guidance of the silver box. That was the place he finally arrived at. Qin Shujian had walked through more than half of the entire heaven-toppling ordinary realm, and this was the only place with the highest possibility of sealing the evil demon. He looked down at the cliff. Qin Shujian directly jumped down from the sky. The distance between the top of the cliff and the bottom of the cliff was at least 3,000 feet. In addition, the fog spread and the sunlight could not completely penetrate, so he could not see the bottom at a glance. Now, when he landed, he could only see the steep stone wall of the cliff flying past his eyes. All of a sudden, a protruding stone wall suddenly jumped. It was a coiled python. As if it had sensed Qin Shujian's landing, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him. Swish, swish. 2 long arrows condensed by spiritual energy pierced through the air, directly shooting into the python's mouth and then coming out from the back of its head. Roar. The python let out a mournful roar and its huge snake body fell from the cliff powerlessly. There were only 2 small holes left by the spiritual arrows in its original position. As for Qin Shujian, he only glanced at the giant python briefly before shifting his gaze away. The python looked big, but it was only about the 8th level of the martial arts realm. The Chenkuan bow was once a spiritual weapon of the sect. Without using the cloud-piercing arrow, it was still a real middle-grade spiritual weapon. To kill the python of the 8th level of the martial arts realm, it did not require much effort. However, after a giant python was killed, the smell of blood seemed to spread out. The stone walls below began to squirm. One after another, giant pythons protruded from the stone walls and opened their mouths to devour Qin Shujian. When the Chenkuan bow's bowstring was automatically pulled, it extracted a large amount of spiritual energy and condensed it into an arrow and then shot it out. Bang! Another python was pierced through. It only took a breath of time. The Chenkuan bow condensed more than 30 spiritual arrows in one breath and shot out, killing any python that tried to get close to Qin Shujian. Bang! One python after another fell from the cliff, harvesting batch after batch of life sources. As he went deeper and deeper, Qin Shujian found that all the stone walls seemed to be condensed by pythons. The scene of all the squirming scales gave him goosebumps. Then, he saw an 8 trigrams looming under his feet. His falling momentum suddenly stopped. Then, he pulled out the 1000 mountain blood. Under the surge of spiritual energy, the Thunder Dao seal was immediately activated. Terrifying lightning lingered on the crystal blade. Then, he slashed out with the blade. When the blade energy exploded in the air, it was accompanied by terrifying lightning that directly swept across the stone wall. An attack from a Dao artifact that could even kill demons. These pythons, who were only in the 8th stage of the martial arts realm, could not resist at all. When the lightning swept across, all the pythons that came in contact with it exploded into clouds of blood mist. And the pythons that were affected also fell from the stone wall. In less than a breath of time, a large part of the stone wall was emptied. At least hundreds of pythons fell. When Qin Shujian completely fell to the bottom of the cliff, he did not know how many pythons had died in his hands. Only the life sources had increased by tens of thousands. In order to calculate the respawn time, Qin Shujian deliberately stayed in the air for a while. When he fell to the bottom of the cliff, there were no more python corpses. Looking at the dim bottom of the cliff, Qin Shujian held the silver box in his hand and then walked in a random direction. Anyway, there were only 3 directions to go from the bottom of the cliff. If he was wrong, he could just explore in another direction. Since he was sure that the seal was here, then it was not a big problem to find it. Stepping on the dark and damp soil, Qin Shujian's ears were listening and his eyes were looking in all directions. He was always paying attention to the surrounding movements. The bow of the cosmos followed closely behind. Occasionally, some monsters appeared, but they were all killed by the bow with 1 arrow. The bottom of the cliff was not big, but it was not small at all. In addition, after going back and forth, Qin Shujian spent about an hour to find the place where the demon was suspected to be sealed. Looking at the hexagram array and the 6 bronze pillars in front of him, there was also confusion in his eyes. If I remember correctly, the evil devil in Ling Chuan Ordinary Realm should have a 7-star array. Why is it that the one sealed here is a 6-star array? Maybe it's a matter of the demon's strength. The bow of the cosmos on the side casually replied. Strength and weakness. So the seal was different. Now that he put it that way, it did make sense. Qin Shujian directly took out a jar from his storage ring, then walked in front of the seal. Looking at the hexagram array engraved on the ground, he directly poured the blood into it. In an instant, the blood completely penetrated the hexagram array. A terrifying blood-red light spread out from it, and the 6 bronze pillars were also eroded by the blood-red light. Then he saw the ground tremble slightly. Lightning lingered and gathered in the sky like wild snakes dancing wildly. In an instant, it covered the clouds and the sun. The moment the hexagram array broke, terrifying demonic energy erupted like a volcano eruption. A sharp claw reached out from the abyss and directly hooked onto the broken hexagram array. A terrifying body seemed to be about to appear from it. Crack! There was an explosion in the sky, and lightning poured down. The terrifying lightning directly bombarded the demonic energy, causing it to disperse. But soon, more demonic energy surged out of the seal, tangling with the lightning. 10 minutes later, with the dense bombardment of lightning, the demonic energy gradually spread out. A terrifying body finally walked out of the seal, and an evil and murderous aura instantly filled the air. Boom! A terrifying figure appeared out of thin air, and with a single palm strike, it suppressed all of the demonic chi, causing the evil spirit that was soaked in the demonic chi to raise its head. Immediately, it raised its claw-like hand and slammed it toward the figure. At this moment, a ray of cold light seemed to pierce through the void, and with endless sharpness, it shot toward the evil spirit. Bang! Taking the great wilderness demon suppression seal head-on, the evil spirit's body suddenly sank by half. Then, the cloud-piercing arrow shot out, and directly pierced its chest. Roar! Roar! The great pain caused the evil spirit to roar in pain. However, a long crystal blade like the incarnation of lightning instantly slashed toward it. The terrifying power was like facing the might of the heavens, and it made the evil spirit's heart tremble. Looking at the Thunder Dao seal that was constantly enlarging in his eyes, the words Dao artifact just rose in his heart. He felt a terrible pain, and then his vision turned completely black, and he completely lost consciousness. In an instant, the thunder disappeared. Looking at the dissipating demonic energy and the yuan corroding bone powder on the ground, Qin Shujian also received the system's message. Another 10 luck points were in his account. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. One evil spirit gave 10 luck points. 10 evil spirits gave him 100 luck points. Based on the vast landscape of the Great Zhao country, there were definitely more than 10 evil spirits sealed inside. As long as he could find these evil spirits and use the power of the Dao artifact to kill them before they fully recovered, he would be able to obtain luck points. Qin Shujian could predict. If they were to follow this plan, they would be able to do it. Not to mention a 5th grade force. Perhaps a 6th grade or 7th grade force would not be too far away. Chapter 210. In the Demon Abyss. Many demons were killing each other. Every single one of them was an extremely powerful existence. With the demon abyss behind them, they could be said to be immortal. Therefore, even if they fought all year round, the number of demons in the demon abyss never decreased. At this moment, the blood moon shone again. An evil demon was born from the demonic chi. A sudden change. This caused the other demons who were fighting to stop involuntarily. The blood moon moved. It meant that another evil demon was reborn. How long had it been? Another evil demon was reborn in the demon abyss. One had to know. In the past hundreds of years, not even one evil demon was reborn in the demon abyss. But now, in about half a year, more than a dozen evil demons were reborn. Although the rebirth was equivalent to removing the seal, in the eyes of the other evil demons, it was more like a humiliation. Since when? The evil demon clan could be slaughtered. After the battle, the Lord of Six Desires also vented a lot of his anger. He looked at the resurrected evil demon and immediately asked, "Who killed you?" Thunder Dao Seal, Great Desolate Demon Suppression Seal, and it seems like a spiritual weapon sneak attack. I can't remember clearly. The newly resurrected evil demon was obviously not fully awake. He only answered instinctively to the Lord of Six Desires' words. Thunder Dao Seal, Great Desolate Demon Suppression Seal, Spiritual Weapon Sneak Attack. If one of them was a coincidence, then all three were inevitable. Suddenly, the Lord of Six Desires' face darkened. It's him again. It's that person again. In a short period of time, a second evil demon was killed by the other party. As for the resurrected evil demon, after a short trance, he gradually woke up. Immediately, monstrous anger surged in his heart, and waves of angry roars came from the demon abyss. Marquis Bayun's mansion. At this moment, there was a letter on the table in the study in front of Marquis Bayun. It was recorded in detail. It was about the strange movements in Lingchuan Ordinary Realm and Tianxia Ordinary Realm. Thunder fell from the sky. The canyon collapsed again. All kinds of signs indicated that an evil demon broke the seal, but when he checked the scene, he didn't find any trace of demonic chi. Valley of the Dead, the bottom of the Snake Cliff. Looking at the two places written in the letter, Marquis Bayun frowned slightly. Others might not know. However, as the Marquis of North Cloud, he knew very well where the demons were sealed in North Cloud Mansion. These two places. It was indeed where the evil spirit was sealed. Moreover, the heavenly lightning mentioned in the letter was also a phenomenon caused by the birth of an evil spirit. However, what puzzled Marquis Bayun was that evil demon had broken the seal. However, there was no devil calamity. One must know that the nefarious devil clan was extremely bloodthirsty. It was impossible for them to leave so easily. More importantly, evil spirits were one of the sources of devil chi. As long as there were evil spirits, even if they didn't do anything, demonic chi would automatically infect everything in the surroundings and gradually turn it into a terrifying demonic domain. However, based on the current information, but it didn't conform to any common sense. The Marquis of Northern Cloud pondered for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Men, Marquis, what are your orders?" A guard pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his hands. Marquis Bayun said, "Ask Xiao Hong to come over." Yes. The guard accepted the order and retreated. Very soon, Xiao Hong entered the study and bowed with cupped fists. This old servant greets the Marquis. Take a look. After he finished speaking, the letter in front of him floated up automatically and landed in front of Xiao Hong without any movement from the Marquis of Northern Cloud. Xiao Hong immediately reached out to take it and read the contents carefully. Then, he took 2 steps forward and returned the letter. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Evil demons should have broken the seal in these 2 places, but why didn't they cause a devil calamity? I think some experts killed the evil demons that broke the seal." However, at this point, Xiao Hong pondered for a moment and then said, "There are very few people in the ordinary realm who can fight against the evil demons. Moreover, there are even fewer people who can kill the evil demons in a short time. If this old servant remembers correctly, Lingchuan Ordinary Realm and Tianxia Ordinary Realm should be close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion." At this point, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The Marquis of Northern Cloud didn't speak immediately. After a while, he said slowly, "Go and investigate the situation." This old servant accepts the order. Marquis Baiyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Xiao Hong leave. Just as Xiao Hong said, these 2 places were close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Who was the most likely person to kill the evil demons? Then, it could only be the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. After all, those who could break through the shackles and become an area lord were people who had reached the peak of their realm. Even if Marquis Baiyun did not use any extraordinary methods, he might not necessarily be a match for an area lord who had broken through the shackles in the ordinary realm. However, the Marquis of Northern Cloud couldn't understand. Why did the other party release the evil demons? Could it be? Was it purely to kill the evil demons? However, it was also because the other party killed the evil demons after releasing them and didn't cause a devil calamity. Or else, even if he cherished talents, he had no choice but to kill such a hidden danger. If it wasn't for the lack of experts who could kill the evil demons sealed in the Baiyun Manor would have been eliminated long ago. Otherwise, if a devil calamity were to occur, it would be troublesome. The Marquis of Northern Cloud thought. Sealing evil fiends had its own hidden dangers. Killing the evil demons also had hidden dangers. In the past, sealing the evil demons was undoubtedly the best choice for the Baiyun Manor. However, in the current turbulent situation of the Great Zhao Empire, what the Baiyun Manor needed was an absolutely stable rear. Therefore, the sealed evil spirit had become an unstable factor. Once a devil calamity occurred, it would definitely be a big problem. Now that the variant humans have descended from the sky and have an undying and indestructible body, if it wasn't for their low cultivation, they would be even more troublesome than the evil demons. Recently, there have been frequent devil calamities, and the ones who released the evil demons were mostly the variant humans. The Marquis of Northern Cloud thought about how he had sent out troops to suppress the devil calamities during this period of time, and his expression didn't look too good. If it wasn't for the fact that the variant humans were undying and indestructible, he didn't want to fall out with this race for the time being. Or else, he would have sent out troops to suppress all the variant humans. Therefore, for the variant humans, the Marquis of Northern Cloud could only use conciliatory methods for the time being. Fortunately, until now, the strongest variant humans were only at the first level of the true martial realm. In his eyes, they were still insignificant and wouldn't have much of an impact on the current situation. On the other side, after killing the evil demons in the heavenly toppling ordinary realm, Qin Shujian collected the yuan corroding bone powder and then wandered around several ordinary realms nearby. In the end, he didn't find the altar that sealed the evil demons. This also made him understand. Not every ordinary realm would have an evil demon sealed within it. Perhaps when the ordinary realms were born, the evil demons that were born were directly killed. When he stepped into a new ordinary realm, Qin Shujian finally found a sealed evil demon. Then, the moment the evil demon was born, he directly used thunderous methods to kill it. After doing this, Qin Shujian finally finished his journey in several ordinary realms and rushed back in the direction of the true domain of Mount Liang. When he returned to the Yuan sect, a month had already passed. During this period, the Yuan sect's disciples had contributed more than 200,000 life sources. With such a huge base of life sources, Qin Shujian directly improved the dream spirit capture technique to the perfected stage of the true martial technique. At this point, Qin Shujian cultivated the 4 cultivation techniques to the perfected stage of the true martial technique. Even though his dantian had been expanded by the ocean origin returning technique, it had reached a limit at this time. In the forging hall, Shun Yuqing was forging weapons while imparting his experience to the apprentices beside him. Now, he was the only middle-grade blacksmith in the forging hall. In addition to that, there wasn't even a low-grade blacksmith. Whether it was imparting knowledge to the apprentices or forging weapons, he was basically the one who did it personally. In this regard, Shun Yuqing had no choice. If it was in the Pill Cauldron sect, under a middle-grade blacksmith, there were at least a few low-grade blacksmiths. Imparting these things to the apprentices, he didn't even need to do it personally, there were people under him to do it. Now, what Shun Yuqing wanted to do the most was to personally train a few low-grade blacksmiths. In this case, he also had time to make a breakthrough to become a high-grade blacksmith. After seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, Shun Yuqing directly abandoned the other apprentices and stepped forward to salute and said, "Sect Master, Elder Shun, I wonder if the 5,000 pendants have been completed." "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Shun Yuqing smiled and said. Then, he turned sideways and said to Qin Shujian, "Sect Master, please follow me." After that, he took a step forward and walked into the forging hall. Qin Shujian also followed behind him. Although the forging hall was a hall, it was also divided into many places. There was an inner hall for receiving guests, a forging room for forging, a living place, and a warehouse for storage. The place where Shun Yuqing was going now. It was the warehouse for the forging hall. Entering the warehouse, there was a dense pile of pendants on the ground, the style of which was exactly the same as on Qin Shujian's blueprint. Shun Yuqing said, "Because there are too many pendants, there is no special place in the forging hall to accommodate them, so they are piled up here. There are a total of 5,000 pendants. Sect Master, please take a look." Hearing that, Qin Shujian casually took a pendant and saw that there was a small lid on the pendant. If he unscrewed it, he could see that there was a small hole that could accommodate some small things. Seeing this, he also showed a satisfied look on his face and said with a smile, "Elder Shun has worked hard this time. Elder Shun, please give me your identity token." Shun Yuqing immediately took out the identity token and handed it to Qin Shujian with both hands. He reached out and took the identity token. Qin Shujian glanced at the attributes inside, then with a thought, added 500 contribution points to the original one, and then returned it to Shun Yuqing. "I believe that it took Elder Shun a lot of time to make 5,000 pendants. 500 contribution points is the reward for this matter." "Thank you, Sect Master." Chapter 211. After obtaining 5,000 pendants, Qin Shujian asked people to fill them with corroding bone powder. From then on, Yuan Zong had one more item to exchange for. Name, Evil Demon Pendant Contribution Points, 1000 Introduction. Wearing it can greatly increase the probability of finding the seal of the evil demon. F***CK, 1000 contribution points for an evil demon pendant. A mission to find the sealed evil demon only gives 500 contribution points. This is crazy. Seeing the price of the evil demon pendant, many players complained. 1000 contribution points. This was completely black-hearted to the extreme. If one was alone, one needed to find at least 2 sealed evil demons to exchange for an evil demon pendant. However, although the players complained, some still gritted their teeth and exchanged for the evil demon pendant. This was because the mission to find the sealed evil demon could be teamed up. A team could submit the mission at most 5 people at the same time. If this was the case, then, the total contribution points for a team of 5 to complete a mission was 2,500 points. After deducting 1,000 points, each person could still earn about 300 points. Also, each team only needed 1 person to exchange for the evil demon pendant. On the peak of Mount Liang, 20 luck points were thrown down. Another terrifying bolt of lightning lingered in the sky without dissipating. The vast heavenly might could not only be felt by the people of Mount Liang. Even the people in the surrounding regions could feel this terrifying might. Ding, the long blade hummed softly, like the sound of the heavens. But whoever heard this sound, their distracting thoughts seemed to be cleansed by the lightning, and they instantly became clear. The 7 Taoist artifact stone statues located in the main sect, branch sect, and unfinished town all emitted a dense light, and a faint power spread out from them. Anyone who approached the Taoist artifact stone statues, at that moment, it was as if they saw the lightning in the sky, the long blade cutting everything in the world, and a thunder seal appeared in it. In an instant, those who saw the thunder seal, whether it was skills or martial arts, had some kind of enlightenment, and then a breakthrough. Boom! Boom! Waves of aura of breakthrough appeared from time to time. There was a breakthrough of the beginner level. There was also a transformation of the beginner level to the true martial level. This is the Taoist artifact that suppresses the sect. It is indeed terrifying. Lin Jie raised his head and looked at the sky. Although the lightning had subsided, there was still a residual power, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Others might not know what that aura was. But how could he not know? It was a pressure that only a Dao artifact could emit. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary Dao artifact. Lin Jie pressed his palm on his chest. There was a broken pendant that looked like a piece of jade. It was emitting a weak aura as if it was conveying something. It's a pity that my Lin clan doesn't have a complete Dao artifact. The only half-step Dao artifact we have is already broken. Now, only this fragment of the half-step Dao artifact remains. If we can find an opportunity to repair the half-step Dao artifact, we might be able to restore the glory of our Lin clan. Lin Jie's expression kept changing, and finally, a determined look appeared on his face. When the Lin family was still around, he was just a playboy. In a family with a spirit martial realm cultivator, a direct descendant was only at the 5th stage of the basic martial realm. This was an inconceivable matter. But it was also because of this. When the celestial sect failed to snatch the half-step Dao tool that was about to become a Dao tool, they destroyed the half-step Dao tool and destroyed the Lin family. Only then was he able to escape in the chaos. The one who escaped with him. They were all people of the Lin family with unremarkable cultivations. As for those above the true martial realm, they had all been killed by the celestial sect. Holding the fragment of the half-step Dao artifact through his clothes, a trace of hatred appeared in Lin Jie's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Soon, I will definitely take revenge. A rather strong aura flashed across his body for a moment before disappearing. If there was someone beside him, he would discover that the other party had already reached the 9th stage of the basic martial realm. In 2 to 3 months. From the 5th stage of the basic martial realm to the 9th stage of the basic martial realm, he had reached the critical point of the 9th stage of the basic martial realm. He was only one step away from reaching the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Such potential could be said to be strong. However, Lin Jie didn't have the slightest bit of pride in his heart. Because he discovered that there was no lack of geniuses like him in the Yuan sect. This was what he had observed. There were many people who had reached the 10th stage of the martial realm before him, even though their cultivation levels were similar to his at the beginning. This made Lin Jie's reverence for the Yuan sect even greater. Although it was only a large sect of the true dominion. But in terms of potential, it was not inferior to the large sects of the spiritual region. On the peak of Mount Liang, a long crystal blade lay quietly in Qin Shujian's hand. A Thunder Dao seal was engraved on the blade. Next to this Thunder Dao seal, half a Dao seal loomed. 20 luck points were thrown in Diana. Qian Shanxue had also finally grown from 1 Dao seal to 1.5 Dao seals. Although the second Dao seal was not completely formed, Qin Shujian could already feel that the power contained in the blade was much stronger than before. His strength was now extremely strong. But compared to Qian Shanxue, Qin Shujian had to admit a fact. That was, he was really not as good as this blade. After sighing inwardly, Qin Shujian looked up at the sky. The sky there should have been clear, but now it was intertwined with black threads to form a terrifying net that seemed to extend endlessly. Behind the black net, there seemed to be a 7-colored light looming. But when he looked over, There was nothing there. Seven-colored light. Heaven and earth barrier. Qin Shujian thought of the end of Mount Liang's true dominion. There was a seven-colored light that covered the sky. But after a certain distance, the seven-colored light seemed to have completely disappeared. But he knew very well. The seven-colored light did not disappear. The heaven and earth barrier was still there. It was mistaken for disappearing. It was just that he could not see it. At this moment, when he saw the seven-colored light behind the black net, an image appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. In the vast sky above, there was a heaven and earth barrier that completely covered it. Heaven and earth were both vast and boundless. But it also seemed like a cage. The world here should be the legendary square sky and square earth. Qin Shujian suppressed the thought in his mind. Looking at the black net in the sky, a terrifying force pressed down, turning into an unbreakable shackle. It overflowed with true origin that was about to break the limit. Under the suppression of the shackle, it seemed like a huge net had sealed his dantian. The storage ring flashed. The bow of heaven and earth was released from it. Qin Shujian raised his hand and asked, "Do you know anything about this?" "What is it?" The cosmos bow was clearly stunned by the sudden question. In its opinion, there was nothing in his hand. "Can I see it?" Qin Shujian activated the true origin in his body and shook the shackle that sealed his dantian. In an instant, a silver chain appeared out of nowhere. One end of the silver chain was firmly locked on Qin Shujian's wrist, while the other end disappeared into the void as if it had penetrated the universe. There seemed to be endless Tao patterns engraved on the silver chain, but there seemed to be nothing on it. Huan Yu heavenly lock. When it saw the chain, the bow of heaven and earth stuttered. Qin Shujian frowned and said in a deep voice, "What is Huan Yu heavenly lock?" The bow of heaven and earth did not reply immediately, as if it had seen something terrifying and was calming down. After a long while, it opened its mouth and said in a tone that was still filled with shock, "I don't know what Huan Yu heavenly lock is, but I am sure of one thing. The Huan Yu heavenly lock will only appear when one's strength exceeds the limits of a certain heaven and earth. Its purpose is to imprison such an expert. This only exists in my memory. This is the first time I have seen the real Huan Yu heavenly lock." Huan Yu heavenly lock. That was something that would only appear when an expert exceeded the limits of a domain. It was easy to surpass the limits of a domain. However, there were very few people who could achieve this. After all, when one's cultivation realm reached the peak of the current realm, one could either advance no further or break through forcefully. There was almost no third path. As for the person who was imprisoned by the universal heavenly lock, he chose the third path from the two paths. He would not break through the realm. Instead, he would forcefully excavate the limits of the current realm and continue to open up a new path based on the limits. This was different from when a spirit martial realm expert descended to the true dominion. The strength of the spirit martial realm also exceeded the limits of the true dominion. However, in the end, these were two completely different concepts. After hearing the cosmic bow's words, Qin Shujian also had a certain understanding of the Huan Yu heavenly lock. This chain, it had suddenly appeared when he had upgraded the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique to the perfected True Martial chapter. Once he unleashed all his strength, the invisible shackles would appear. They would actually be forcefully suppressed at a certain critical point. At this moment, the cosmic bow added, "It is rumored that the Huan Yu heavenly lock seals an expert's future path and is also the recognition of the expert by heaven and earth. If Sect Master can condense 4 Huan Yu heavenly locks, he will have the opportunity to break the True Dominion's shackles." 4 Huan Yu heavenly locks can break the True Dominion's shackles? That's right. The cosmic bow said firmly, breaking the True Dominion's shackles is dozens of times more difficult than breaking the ordinary Dominion's shackles. Although there have been very few true Dominion Protectorate lords in history, there are still some. As far as I can remember, there has never been a Spirit Protectorate lord. One cannot rely on external objects to break the true Dominion's shackles, not even Tao artifacts. One has to rely on one's true strength to destroy the shackles of heaven and earth and break the barriers. At this point, the cosmic bow paused for a moment before it added, "However, Sect Master, You are already extremely powerful by being able to condense the first Huan Yu heavenly lock. If you head to the Spirit Protectorate now to break through, you will become a Spirit Martial Realm expert instantly. Given your strong foundation, your strength will definitely be much stronger than an ordinary Spirit Martial Realm cultivator's. The half-Dao seal engraved on the 1000 Mountain Bloodsaber was already shocking enough. However, when it saw the Huan Yu heavenly lock on Qin Shujian's body, the cosmic bow immediately diverted its attention. What was a half-Dao seal? It was not a two-seal Dao artifact. In comparison, an expert who was able to condense the universal heavenly lock was the one that was truly shocking. Even if he could only condense the Huan Yu heavenly lock in the true dominion, however, it also represented terrifying strength and endless potential. After understanding what the universal heavenly lock was, Qin Shujian's originally tensed heart also gradually relaxed. Upon hearing the other party's words, he could not help but ask, "You said that one cannot rely on external objects to break the true dominion's shackles?" That's right. One can only rely on oneself to break the true dominion's shackles. If one relies on external objects, they will definitely suffer a terrifying heavenly punishment. As it spoke, the cosmic bow pondered for a while and gave an example. If the sect master uses a Dao artifact to break the shackles, heaven and earth will condense an existence that can destroy the Dao artifact. I'm afraid that even a divine martial realm expert might not be able to destroy the Dao artifact. In the past, there have been people who tried to break the true dominion's shackles with a Dao artifact. When the heavenly punishment finally struck, the true martial realm cultivator would be turned into ashes. That's enough. Just stay here. After obtaining the information he wanted, Qin Shujian did not waste any more words with the cosmic bow. He immediately stood up and left. This time, he did not go anywhere else. It was where the library was. He went straight to the 4th level of the library with ease. Then, he would take a low-grade spirit rank cultivation method and return directly. 2 to 3 hours later, Xu Yuanming came to the 4th level of the library and searched for a long time. However, he did not find the cultivation technique he wanted. He looked puzzled. Why is it missing? I clearly remember that the cultivation technique was placed here. Could it have been taken away? At this thought, suddenly, he stopped his rummaging motion. There were not many books on the 4th level. Since he could not find it, it was definitely not here. The cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques in the library could only be learned here. They could not be taken out. Only one person in the Yuan sect had the right to take the cultivation technique out. Immediately, Xu Yuanming gave up the idea of looking for that cultivation technique and turned to look at other martial arts techniques. The few spirit-level cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques on the 4th level, as well as the middle-grade divine-level Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal, were all very popular. However, he could not find the cultivation technique he wanted. He immediately found the spirit paper that recorded the Great Desolation Devil Suppression Seal and carefully comprehended the martial arts intent within. On the other side, after returning to his bedroom, Qin Shujian immediately opened the cultivation technique he had taken out from the library. You have learned the low-grade spirit-level Wind Thunder True technique. Subsequently, Qin Shujian immediately used his mind to clear out the remaining life source. The low-grade spirit-level Wind Thunder True technique was upgraded from the 1st stage of the martial basic level to the 7th stage of the true martial realm in an instant. The surging vital essence filled the dantian. But immediately, a layer of black net appeared and firmly sealed the dantian. The vital essence that originally wanted to break through the shackles of the dantian. After encountering the seal, it was forced to stay in the dantian. The overflowing vital essence was constantly filling up. From the original liquefied state, it was gradually transforming into another state. However, the transformation process was extremely slow. In a split second, there was a faint sound of thunder in the bedroom. Chapter 212. This kind of shackle is a good thing. At least I don't have to worry about my dantian bursting with quintessential essence. Qin Shujian realized that this kind of shackle had an additional benefit. He could increase his quintessential essence without worry. He did not have to worry about his quintessential essence exceeding his body's limits and causing his dantian to burst. The black net was a shackle. It was also a form of protection in disguise. However, for others, shackles were more important than protection. For Qin Shujian, the existence of the black net was actually a good thing. He could increase his quintessential essence without worry. He could deduce cultivation techniques without any scruples. Then, he could condense the 4 universal sky locks step by step and increase his strength to the point where he could break the true dominion's shackles. The lifespan of a true martial realm cultivator is between 150 to 200 years. Even if one is a genius, it would still take several years or even more than 10 years to cultivate a true rank cultivation technique to perfection. For more people, it may take decades. When a cultivation technique reaches perfection, the capacity of one's dantian will reach a state of fullness. If one wants to continue cultivating and increase the capacity of one's quintessential essence, it is not something that can be achieved simply by cultivating step by step. After all, it is very difficult to add more water to a cup that is full of water and ensure that the water does not overflow. If I use my life source to increase my dantian's capacity, I can continuously compress the volume of my quintessential essence, allowing a drop of liquefied quintessential essence to possess a strength that is several times stronger than ordinary quintessential essence. This is my own advantage. Qin Shujian silently analyzed his own situation. Meanwhile, he sincerely admired the experts who had broken the true dominion's shackles and become the Spirit Protectorate's Protectorate Lord. If these people did not have any other means, if they had only relied on bitter cultivation to reach that level, their innate talent would have been unprecedented. Then, Qin Shujian took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote down the Wind Thunder True technique, which he had consumed, from memory and put it back in the library. This was a spirit-level low-grade cultivation technique. It had been contributed by a sect called the Wind Thunder sect. It possessed a spirit-level cultivation technique. This sect's foundation was not bad either. Unfortunately, their foresight was not good. In the real world, in a small Taoist temple, an old Taoist who was over 50 years old was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. If it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of his abdomen, people would have thought that he was already dead. The interior of the Taoist temple was not big, only about 20 to 30 square meters. Inside, there was a statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor. There were some melons and fruits on the table, as well as incense that was about to burn out. Suddenly, there seemed to be a breeze blowing in the Taoist temple. At this moment, the air seemed to be more lively. As time passed, it was as if more and more things were gathering in the Taoist temple. The old Daoist's breathing interval also became longer and longer. With every breath, it was like a giant whale sucking in water, directly absorbing something surging from the surroundings into its body. In an instant, 3 days passed. What could be seen at this moment was, the small space in the Taoist temple was already enveloped by a light green fog. The old Taoist had been sitting there for 3 days without moving. His face was not pale at all. Instead, it was getting redder. Fortunately, the Taoist temple was located in a secluded area. With the advancement of technology, the existence of ghosts and deities became a myth. Many people no longer believed in ghosts and gods. As such, fewer and fewer people came to pray for blessings in Daoist temples and other places. Until now, no one had come for 10 days to half a month. Or else, the strange phenomenon in the Taoist temple had long been known by others. Crack, in the quiet Taoist temple, there seemed to be a clap of thunder. In the quiet atmosphere, it seemed particularly abrupt. This clap of thunder. It was as if some kind of shackle had been opened. The old Daoist's breathing was like a whale swallowing, sucking in all the light green fog around him, causing the fog in the Taoist temple to suddenly clear. Then, the old Daoist's eyes suddenly opened. A wisp of light that should not have existed appeared the moment he opened his eyes. Bursts of thunder rang out in the Taoist temple again. Lightning in the empty room, refining qi into spirit. The old Daoist exhaled. There seemed to be a breeze on the ground, sweeping away the dust in the Taoist temple. Seeing this scene, the old Daoist almost burst into tears. He felt the surging vital essence in his body, and his fingers were trembling slightly. The recovery of spiritual aura. The recovery of spiritual aura that has been waiting for thousands of years has finally come again. Since thousands of years ago, the spiritual aura had dried up. As a result, the cultivators gradually declined. Until modern times, although there were cultivation methods in the world, there were no longer legendary cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. But now, it was completely different. The recovery of spiritual aura. It meant that the world would start a new cultivation frenzy again. There was no reason for it. The old Daoist stood up and moved his feet. Then, according to the method in his memory, he put his index and middle fingers together. With a low shout, a sharp sword aura instantly burst out from his fingers, and then, it pierced a large hole in the wall of the temple. As expected, the martial arts in the game can also be used. The old Daoist withdrew his fingers and looked at the wall that had been pierced through. His tone was also amazed. Now that the spiritual aura has recovered, and we can learn cultivation methods and martial arts from the game, I'm afraid that this time, the cultivation world will really be able to return to its former peak. The old Daoist had only seen the peak of the cultivation world from records. But through the description of words, it could also be imagined. In ancient times, the cultivation world was full of treasures. It was not easy to obtain secret cultivation manuals, not to mention the profound means. But now, the cultivation methods and martial arts obtained in a game could be used in reality. That was completely different. This meant that everyone had the opportunity to come into contact with cultivation methods, and even profound cultivation methods. The old Daoist could already imagine it. In the future, when the cultivation world returned to its heyday, what would it be like? Thinking of this, the old Daoist's expression suddenly became solemn. The cultivation methods and martial arts are all real. Who developed this game? To be able to do this, could it be an ancient cultivation force that has retreated from the world? Just as this thought arose in his mind, thus, he chased it out. The cultivation methods and martial arts in the game were difficult to measure. It was not a foundation that a certain force could have. Moreover, increasing one's cultivation in the game would be helpful in real life. Such a method did not seem like something that a single faction would have. This was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Then, the old Daoist stopped thinking about this idea. If it were not for the fact that there were too few people in the Taoist temple in recent years, and that a young man at the foot of the mountain saw that he was afraid of being lonely and gave him a game capsule, he might not be able to come into contact with this game, let alone obtain the cultivation methods and martial arts in it. Although the Taoist temple had its own inheritance, the old Daoist felt that he was able to directly reach the level of chi refinement in the early stages of the spirit aura recovery because of the help in the game. Especially when he felt the vital essence in his body. It was almost the same as the vital essence of the true martial realm character in his game. He was even more certain of this guess in his heart. If I have the chance, I still have to repay this opportunity, the old Daoist silently said in his heart. Then, he got up and went outside. Outside the Taoist temple that worshipped Zhenwu Great Emperor, there was a medium-sized courtyard surrounded by walls. This was the range of the Taoist temple. The old Daoist looked at the world outside. Although there were no changes as usual, but after his cultivation broke through, he could feel the spirit aura of heaven and earth in the air as he breathed. But, the spirit aura of heaven and earth was still very thin. If it was not for a cultivator like him who had refined chi refinement into spirit, others might not be able to detect it. According to the old Daoist's estimation, now that the spirit aura had inexplicably recovered, a cultivator like him who had refined chi refinement into spirit was born in a short period of time. Then, some of the other long-established cultivation forces must have been born one after another at this time. And as more and more powerhouses were born, when the spirit aura of heaven and earth was swallowed, it would also accelerate the recovery of the spirit aura. Although the old Daoist did not know what it was like in the ancient times when the spirit aura was at its peak, but he was sure. At most, it would not be more than 3 years. Even people who had never been in contact with the cultivation world would eventually notice the existence of spirit aura. At that time, it would be considered that the world had officially stepped into the era of cultivation. He came to the front of the courtyard. He closed and locked the courtyard door that was originally slightly closed. The old Daoist did not directly return to the main hall. Instead, he went to the side courtyard at the side. That was where he usually rested. In a small bedroom. A game cabin took up almost half of the space. Although the Taoist temple was remote, but it was also connected to water and electricity. The old Daoist directly opened the game cabin and then lay down in it. Since the realm increase in the game could be of help to the real world, how could he give up such a benefit? 1 day in the real world, 3 days in the game world. Now, the old Daoist did not know how long it took for him to break through. He was afraid that he had fallen behind a little in the game. The scene changed. The old Daoist had already appeared in a sect. His appearance had not changed much. The only difference was that the style of the Taoist robe on his body was already different. Looking at the Taoist robe he was wearing, he also looked at his attributes and found that his realm was still at the first level of the real martial realm. Then he found someone to ask about it. Only then did he find that more than 10 days had passed in the game. There was also a Blue Cloud sect in the ancient times, but it was said that it worshipped the ancestors of the 3 pure ones. I wonder which Taoist ancestor is worshipped by the Blue Cloud sect here? Such a thought emerged in the old Daoist's mind. Unfortunately, he was an inner disciple and had never entered the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect. He did not know which Taoist ancestor was worshipped by the Blue Cloud sect. But according to the old Daoist's guess, with his current strength at the first level of the real martial realm, he could be considered a master in the Blue Cloud sect. He believed that it would not take long. It was time to enter the core of the Blue Cloud sect. At that time, everything would naturally be clear. Chapter 213. In these days. Qin Shujian basically stayed in Yuan's sect and did not go out. The main reason was that there was nowhere to go. To find the sealed demons, there would be players who would bring the demon pendant. He was alone. No matter how fast he was, how could he be as efficient as thousands of people? So, during this period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in Yuan's sect peacefully. As long as there was enough life source, he would raise his cultivation realm. It was worth mentioning. The 7-leaf piercing flower palm was also on the premise that he spent more than 10,000 life source. He directly raised it to the level of entering the Tao. Palm technique entering the Tao. The idea that he obtained was compatible with the 7-leaf piercing flower palm itself. What he obtained was the wind intent. Although the wind intent existed, it did not appear in the special ability. According to Qin Shujian's guess, it should be that the wind intent was still too weak and did not meet the requirements to appear. Moreover, after comparing the wind intent with the blade intent, he found that the wind intent that he comprehended was too weak. If the blade intent was 20%, then the wind intent was probably only about 0.1%. Such an artistic conception. For Qin Shujian's current strength, it could not be of much help. The reason why he raised this martial art. It was purely because of his inner obsessive-compulsive disorder. After all, the martial arts that he first learned, except for the 7-leaf piercing flower palm, had all been raised to the level of entering the Tao. Only this mortal lower martial art was still at the peak of perfection level. After the new explanation was finished, Zheng Fang looked at the leaving disciple with a strange look in his eyes. During this period of time, these Yuan sect disciples seemed to have become more eager to learn. According to the previous situation, the people who spent contribution points to listen to his explanation of martial arts were mostly local sect disciples. For the variant disciples, they liked to spend their contribution points in the library or other places. But during this period of time, the two situations seemed to be reversed. Most of the local sect disciples' contribution points were spent on elixirs, while the variant disciples spent more contribution points to listen to his explanation of martial arts. Zheng Fang was also somewhat puzzled by such a change. However, he didn't care too much about it. Regardless of whether one was a native or a mutant, once they entered Yuan's sect, they were all part of it. Zheng Fang would not treat them differently because of this. With a thought, Zheng Fang closed his eyes slightly. Unknowingly, he began to circulate his cultivation technique. He didn't cultivate the Origin Codex. Instead, he cultivated a high-grade truth rank cultivation technique called the Eternal Youth Technique. It was one of the martial arts techniques he obtained from exterminating the 7 sects. The reason why he chose this cultivation method was because he had chosen this cultivation method. This was because this technique was similar to the Eternal Spring art that Zheng Fang had cultivated in the past. Compared to Yuan Dian, he preferred the Everlasting Youth Technique. During this period of time, Zheng Fang had been making use of the opportunity to explain and comprehend the Eternal Youth Technique. He was slowly converting Yuan Dian's true essence into the Eternal Youth Technique. Until now, it had already reached a critical point. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Fang's body shook slightly, and a warm aura spread out. His originally grey hair seemed to have a few more strands of black, and his aged complexion also became a little rosy. Eternal Youth Technique. He opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. He had a deeper understanding of this technique. Compared to Yuan Dian's fierce and domineering true essence, the Eternal Youth Technique's true essence was more gentle. Normal true martial realm cultivators had a lifespan of 150 to 200 years. But normal true martial realm cultivators, it was very difficult for them to truly live to 200 years. Normally, 150 to 170 years was the limit of a true martial realm cultivator. Cultivating the Eternal Youth Technique, Zheng Fang had a premonition. He would probably be able to truly live to 200 years. Compared to his current age, 200 years was still very long. With the remaining 100 years, Zheng Fang was confident that he could break through the true martial realm and reach the spiritual martial realm. At that time, his lifespan would increase again. For an old man who was originally at the 4th level of the martial realm and might not have the chance to break through to the 6th level of the martial realm in his entire life, it was absolutely unimaginable for him to have such achievements. Therefore, if one were to talk about who was more loyal to Yuan Zhong, then Zheng Fang would definitely be the first. If Qin Shujian was here at this moment, he would find out. Zheng Fang's loyalty had already reached the maximum. Half a month passed. In this half a month, the biggest change was in the city that was being built. From the construction to now, 2 or 3 months had already passed. At the border between Liang Mountain and the chaotic stone forest, a small town could be seen. It was about 80 miles long. It was 50 miles wide. The city occupied half of Liang Mountain on one side and half of the chaotic stone forest on the other side. To be able to achieve such an effect, almost thousands of workers worked day and night without stopping. Moreover, with the advantage of their cultivation level, their speed was much faster than normal people. Sect Master Lin Daozhen was at the side with a respectful expression on his face. And standing in front of him was Qin Shujian. Standing on top of the city wall, one could see the empty city behind the walls. A sense of pride spontaneously arose. In terms of the size of the city in front of him was far from being comparable to other cities. However, this was the first city that Yuan Zhong had built. It was also the true embodiment of Yuan Zhong's foundation. Qin Shujian could even imagine what kind of scene it would be when the city became prosperous in the future. Beside him, in addition to Lin Daozhen, who was the supervisor in name, there were many elders of Yuan Zhong. At the side, Shen Yuqing could not help but exclaim, "Building a city is the symbol of a true sect. Yuan Zhong has built a city today and will definitely become a great sect in the future." Compared to others, Shen Yuqing came from the Pill Cauldron sect of the spirit domain. This was not a secret. When such a person spoke, she was more persuasive than anyone else. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Elder Yuqing, what do you think is the difference between Yuan Zhong's city and a great sect city?" Hearing this, Shen Yuqing became serious. After thinking for a while, she said, "The difference is not that big. The only problem is that the city wall lacks a protective formation." Protective formation? The rest of the elders, including Qin Shujian, were surprised. Obviously. It was the first time they had heard of the term protective formation. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, "Sect master and elders should know that martial realm cultivators like us can't break mountains and rivers, but it is not a problem for us to break stones with one move. No matter how high the ordinary city wall is built, it can be destroyed in the face of attacks from martial realm cultivators. Not to mention cultivators at the true martial realm and above, they can easily destroy it with a wave of their hand. Therefore, the city wall of any city will be engraved with formation to make the ordinary bluestone city wall indestructible. Every city of the imperial court has such formation. Even a cultivator of the spirit martial realm would find it difficult to move it." After saying this, many people had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Shen Yuqing's words were reasonable. They had not thought about this problem for a while. Even the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded. Then, he asked seriously, "What should we do if we want to set up the formation?" "We just have to find an array master who specializes in the formation. Of course, if we have a forging master, we can do the same." A forging master? Forging and formation inscriptions have the same effect. Master forgers can forge spiritual weapons because they can master terrifying runes. These runes are the same as formation inscriptions. They can be attached to objects and give them extraordinary power. Shen Yuqing looked regretful as she said this. It's a pity that the forging master of the Elixir Tripod sect has passed away. Otherwise, I could invite him to set up the runes for the sect city. After saying this, Shen Yuqing realized that she had said too much. Thus, she changed the topic and said, "However, the Essence sect is now the overlord of the True Dominion. Even if it is an ordinary city, no one will dare to act rashly. In that case, the city under our feet is even more stable than the cities of the Spirit Dominion sects." Elder Yuqing is right. Which sect in the True Dominion would dare to disrespect our sect? The other elders chimed in as well. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Then, he turned to Lin Daozhan and said, "Let the other miscellaneous chores disciples continue to build the city. Follow the blueprint and make no mistakes. I understand. After this is done, you will become an elite disciple of our sect." "Thank you, sect master." Lin Daozhan was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down on one knee and replied respectfully, "Stand up. You don't have to be so polite in the future. I understand." Qin Shujian nodded silently when he saw the joy on Lin Daozhan's face. He had made him an elite disciple because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because of his contribution. Secondly, it was because of his loyalty. At first, he had a loyalty of 98 points. Later on, he had a loyalty of 99 points. Now, his loyalty had jumped to the level of full loyalty. Although full loyalty was acquired, it was not as good as the original bandits of the Cold Mountain Stockade, who had a loyalty of 100 points. However, his loyalty had fallen. It had always been a guess. Before it had fallen, he had been a true full loyalty. Such a person. There were not many in the entire Essence sect. Lin Daozhan's talent was not bad either. He had been at the 10th stage basic martial realm at first, but he had now reached the 1st stage true martial realm. He had reached the true martial realm at his age. In other sects, he would have been able to become a true disciple. However, the Essence sect system was different from other sects. The promotion of disciples did not depend on their talent or strength. Instead, it depended on their contribution points. Therefore, being a true disciple did not have much to do with one's talent. However, it did have something to do with one's strength. After all, powerful strength was the only thing that mattered. Only then would one have a chance to obtain more contribution points. Chapter 214. The newly built city. Qin Shujian had personally named it Cold Mountain City. After returning from Cold Mountain City, he had already taken Shen Yuqing's words to heart. Although the other party's words were reasonable, However, since he was doing something, he had to do it well. This might be Qin Shujian's character. Blacksmith Master. Qin Shujian's mind flashed with this word. Immediately, he focused his attention on the attribute panel. On the special martial technique column. Only the Celestial Light Alchemy book and the Ancestral Book of Forging were placed there. He looked at the life source column. Now, he had more than 70,000 life source. Qin Shujian had originally wanted to directly upgrade the Wind Thunder True technique. However, after thinking about it, he temporarily dismissed this idea. Given his current strength, even if he did not use the Dao artifact, it was already difficult to find a match in the True Dominion. Once he used the Dao artifact, in that case, Qin Shujian had the confidence to say that he was invincible. Simply put, as long as he did not leave the True Dominion, it did not matter whether his strength was upgraded or not. Unless he wanted to break the shackles. Or else, he could go to any True Dominion in the world now. Since this was the case, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry to upgrade his cultivation technique. Instead, he rushed to break the shackles of the True Dominion and upgrade the Cold Mountain True Dominion to the Cold Mountain Spirit Dominion. One had to know, the Spirit Dominion was not comparable to the True Dominion. Once the Cold Mountain True Dominion broke through to the Spirit Dominion, the Origin Sect would be completely exposed in front of the big sects. Under such circumstances, if he did not accumulate enough strength, once he broke through, the Origin Sect would definitely fall from its original position as the overlord of the True Dominion. He had not forgotten. The Origin Sect had a potential enemy of the Celestial Martial Sect. Many of the Spirit Dominion's big sects were behind the 7 destroyed sects. The reason these big sects did not attack the Origin Sect, the reason was, even the big sects of the Spirit Dominion were not confident that they would be a match for the Origin Sect if they entered the True Dominion. Therefore, the Cold Mountain True Dominion did not upgrade to the Spirit Dominion. Once it did, Qin Shujian wanted the Origin Sect to become one of the top sects of the Spirit Dominion. When his life source had reached 100,000 life source, both the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome and the Ancestral Casting Cannon had a plus sign that could be upgraded. However, because he wanted to increase his strength. Thus, he directly ignored it. But now, Shen Yuqing's words made Qin Shujian realize that improving the Ancestral Forging Cannon might not be a bad thing. It was just as the other party had said. A powerful blacksmith was no longer just a support profession. This is how it is if one's skill is inferior to the Dao. Although Qin Shujian had never seen a real master forger, he understood after discussing it with Shen Yuqing. Once a blacksmith became a master. That was an extremely terrifying expert. The so-called formation master was merely a branch derived from blacksmiths. It was just that the former converted the runes into formation runes and used them to set up formations against the enemy. The latter, on the other hand, was to inscribe runes on a weapon, giving it extraordinary power. At the end of the day, different routes lead to the same destination. Qin Shujian already had plans to study the way of forging after learning about the power of forgers. After all, anything that could increase one's strength, he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, there were many disciples in Yuan sect now. As the disciples grew stronger, the amount of life force they contributed to him every day was at least 5 digits. Spending some life force to upgrade the ancestral canon of forging. For Qin Shujian, it was just a matter of waiting for a few more days. As for the initial worry that the player's level would increase too quickly and then pose a threat to him, it had long disappeared without a trace. Because he found out. Even though the players could be immortal and indestructible, leveling up was not as fast as he had expected. At least, he had been stuck at the 10th level of true martial arts for a few months. The players were still at the early stage of true martial arts. This also made Qin Shujian understand one thing. That was, there were different levels of cheats. It was obvious. The cheats that the players cheated were still not as fast as his use of life force. For this, Qin Shujian was not in a hurry at all. The players formed a team to fight monsters. How could they be as fast as him when he formed a team of thousands and then shared the experience of fighting monsters with them? Just as Qin Shujian was peacefully being a salted fish. Yuan Zhong, on the other hand, welcomed a guest. In the courtyard, the osmanthus flowers were still in full bloom. It was as if every time the flowers withered, the buds would immediately open and the fragrance of the flowers would always be overflowing. On a stone table under the flowers, Qin Shujian and Xiao Hong sat opposite each other. Steam was rising from a dark purple teapot. Qin Shujian poured 2 cups of tea and handed one over with a smile. "Steward Xiao, you should try the spirit tea of Yuan sect and give me some suggestions." "Thank you." Xiao Hong reached out and took the cup. He sniffed it slightly before taking a sip and saying with a faint smile, "A level 3 spirit tea is considered top-notch in the True Dominion. Good eyesight. Haha. I don't have any other hobbies, but I do know a little about spirit tea. If I'm not wrong, this should be the spirit accumulation green sprout." "That's right, it is the spirit accumulation green sprout," Qin Shujian said with a nod. As for Xiao Hong's original words, he completely believed them. After all, he could tell the origin of the tea just by taking a sip. Without deep research, he could not have reached this level. After drinking the spirit tea, the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little, and he asked seriously, "Steward Xiao, may I know why you came to my Yuan sect today?" Xiao Hong was a subordinate of Marquis Baiyun. Moreover, he himself was a mysterious and unfathomable expert. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, he was a martial saint. He was at least at the spirit martial realm or even the divine martial realm. The probability of the latter was very high. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong put down his teacup and said slowly, "Recently, I discovered that the altar that sealed the evil spirit in the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the overturning heaven ordinary realm has been broken. The evil spirit inside is also missing. In the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the overturning heaven ordinary realm, the only person who can deal with the evil spirit is Sect Master Qin." "That's right. I was the one who broke the seal of the evil spirit," Qin Shujian said bluntly. Regarding this matter, he had not intended to announce it to the public, but he had not thought of hiding it either. After all, the Yuan sect had been wantonly searching for information about the sealed evil spirit. As long as someone wanted to investigate, it would be impossible to hide it. Unless it was a secret search, then it would not be certain. However, for Qin Shujian, secretly searching for the evil spirit was too slow. It was not as fast as openly searching for it. He already had plans for the problems that might arise after this. In fact, Marquis Baiyun had already thought of how to deal with him when he sent someone to question him. Xiao Hong's arrival was unexpected, but at the same time, it was reasonable. Qin Shujian had known that Marquis Baiyun might send someone. However, he had not thought that the person who would come would be the housekeeper of the Baiyun Marquis mansion. In response to Qin Shujian's straightforward admission, Xiao Hong looked straight at him and said calmly, "I would like to know why you did this, Sect Master Qin. Nowadays, the variant humans have descended from the sky and acted unscrupulously. There have been many devil calamities in the Baiyun prefecture, and they have released the evil spirit. In my opinion, the evil spirit sealed in any place in the Baiyun prefecture will be a hidden danger in the future. If it is released by the variant humans again, it will cause a monstrous devil calamity. As a result, I'm afraid it will be a situation of misery and suffering." Qin Shujian explained calmly with a solemn expression. "When the devil calamity arises, it will cause the extinction of all living beings and also a disaster that will destroy a region. Instead of waiting for the evil spirit to be released by the variant humans and cause a devil calamity, it is better to take the initiative to release the evil spirit and then kill it with a thunderous force to eliminate the possibility of the devil calamity arising. Although the origin sect is a sect of a region, it is also connected with the Baiyun prefecture. It will definitely not bear to watch the Baiyun prefecture be ravaged by the devil calamity in the future. I wonder if Steward Xiao is satisfied with this answer." From the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian's expression was calm and composed. His pair of eyes looked straight at Xiao Hong without the slightest flicker. After a long time, Xiao Hong nodded slightly and sighed, "Sect Master Qin's heart is righteous and this old man admires you. Since Sect Master Qin has made this matter so clear, I will definitely inform the Marquis when I return. Speaking of which, He changed the topic and said with a sigh, "The evil spirit is an existence above the divine martial realm. Even if it is suppressed in the ordinary realm, it is not something that ordinary experts can contend with. Even a divine martial realm cultivator might not necessarily be a match for the evil spirit in the ordinary realm. As for killing it, that is nonsense. Sect Master Qin's method has already made many divine martial realm cultivators blush with shame." "You flatter me, Steward Xiao. I merely used the evil spirit to break the seal and my strength had not yet recovered. Thus, I barely succeeded," replied Qin Shujian with a faint smile. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a long time. However, the topic was no longer about the evil spirit. This time, Xiao Hong's attitude was obviously much more serious. Although he was a cultivator above the true martial realm, he did not put on the airs of an expert when facing Qin Shujian. Since Qin Shujian had been able to kill the evil spirit, he was already an expert that could not be ignored. Even if Qin Shujian was only an expert of the true dominion. Once he grew up, his future achievements would definitely not be low. Xiao Hong might have thought that his judgment was wrong. However, the Marquis of Northern Cloud's judgment was definitely not wrong. After all these years, almost everyone that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had chosen had grown to the divine martial realm in the future. Nearly an hour later, Xiao Hong stood up and bid farewell. His original goal this time had only been to ask about the sealing of the evil spirit. He had already obtained the answer to this question. The reason he had stayed for so long was because Qin Shujian had asked him a lot of questions. Xiao Hong was also happy to answer these questions. As Xiao Hong was about to leave, Qin Shujian also stood up to send him off. The other party's identity as the steward of the Marquis of Northern Cloud's residence was unfathomable. Thus, he deserved the respect of the entire Origin sect. After watching the other party leave completely, he then turned around and returned. "After this incident, I think there shouldn't be any problems if we kill the demons again." When he returned to the courtyard, the spirit tea on the stone table was still steaming. Qin Shujian sat down on the stone stool, picked up the spirit tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Rich spirit qi exploded in his body. However, given his current strength, the spirit qi emitted by the spirit tea was completely useless. Even without the supplementary effects of the spirit tea, the taste was still many times better than ordinary tea leaves. Rather than saying that Qin Shujian was using the spirit tea to cultivate, it was better to say that it was purely for the taste. This time, Xiao Hong came. What he said was not his own problem, but something that the Marquis of Northern Cloud wanted to know. As for the evil spirit breaking the seal, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Marquis of Northern Cloud was concerned about the demon disaster after the evil spirit broke the seal. If there was no demon disaster, then the problem of unsealing the evil spirit would not be too serious. The explanation he gave to Xiao Hong this time was also to point out the dangers of the evil spirit to the Marquis of Northern Cloud. He believed that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would understand the hidden dangers of the sealed evil spirit. In addition, there were uncontrollable factors like the mutants now. The hidden dangers of the seal had been unknowingly magnified many times over. No one knew that he could obtain luck points by killing the evil spirit, and no one knew the real purpose of killing the evil spirit. Perhaps the Marquis of Northern Cloud would not completely believe his explanation. However, Qin Shujian had reason to believe that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would not stop him from continuing to kill the evil spirit. Because in the end, this was also something that was beneficial to the entire Northern Cloud residents. Otherwise, when the sealed evil spirit was released by the players one after another, it would be fine if there was only one or two demon disasters. However, if there were demon disasters everywhere, even the Marquis of Northern Cloud would be badly battered. This was also the true source of Qin Shujian's confidence. Subsequently, he shook his head again and muttered to himself, however, in the end, the Sky Origin sect is not powerful enough and cannot truly act without restraint. Otherwise, there would be no need to explain so much. The Imperial Court was powerful. The Marquis of Northern Cloud was also powerful. Qin Shujian believed that even the sects of the Spirit Protectorate and above had to act according to the Marquis of Northern Cloud's wishes, and the Imperial Court's existence let alone the Sky Origin sect. After all, how big could a sect be? The Great Jiao ruled hundreds of millions of miles of territory. Qin Shujian believed that the other party's power had definitely reached an unimaginable level. In fact, he even believed that the Great Jiao might be a rumored level 9 force. A small level 4 force could be called the True Dominion. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful a level 9 force was without having to see it with one's own eyes. After suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian also focused his attention on his own attributes. His original 70,000 points of life force had quietly reached 110,000 points. In the special martial arts column, after the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome and the Ancestral Forging Cannon, there was a plus sign that could be upgraded. He looked at it twice. Qin Shujian focused his attention on the Ancestral Forging Cannon. With a thought, 100,000 points of vitality were consumed. The low-grade blacksmith in the brackets of the Ancestral Forging Cannon was directly distorted and transformed into a middle-grade blacksmith. At the same time, a powerful memory awakened in the depths of his mind. Everything about middle-grade blacksmiths. All of them surged like a tide. Qin Shujian sat on the stone bench in a daze for a long time. His eyes instinctively closed as if he had entered a cultivation state. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. Everything about middle-grade blacksmiths had been completely digested. In other words, at the moment, Qin Shujian was a middle-grade blacksmith. So, this is the method of a middle-grade blacksmith. Chapter 215. Middle-grade blacksmith. In theory, he could already forge a first-grade refined weapon. However, under normal circumstances, among the middle-grade blacksmiths, there were very few who could forge a first-grade refined weapon. In other words, the success rate was very low. Only the top middle-grade blacksmiths could. Only then could they try to forge a first-grade refined weapon. The rest, at most, they could forge a fifth-grade or fourth-grade refined weapon. As for the middle-grade blacksmiths who could forge a third-grade or second-grade refined weapon, they were already considered to be at a very high level. For example, the Forging Hall Master of Yuan sect. According to Qin Shujian's understanding, the other party could only forge a third-grade refined weapon. For a sect, if they only cultivated a middle-grade blacksmith with all their strength, they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, using the Source of Life to upgrade the Ancestral Cannon, Qin Shujian found that he knew everything about the middle-grade blacksmiths like the back of his hand. If middle-grade blacksmiths were also divided into ranks, then he should be at the top level at this moment. Middle-grade blacksmith. Qin Shujian murmured. Looking at the stone table in front of him, his fingers suddenly moved. As the vital essence in his body spread, a stream of heaven and earth spirit qi was attracted and gathered at his fingertips. Then, his fingers fell on the stone table in front of him. Then, according to the memory of middle-grade blacksmiths in his mind, he began to draw something on it. The heaven and earth spirit qi surged like a tide. The leaves were blown by the spirit qi and rustled. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to have blocked everything around him. In his sight, there was only the stone table in front of him and the rune that his fingers were carving. With the guidance of the heaven and earth spirit qi and the condensation of vital essence, a strange-shaped rune that did not look like a normal character was slowly condensing on the stone table. Although the rune was strange and did not conform to any existing characters, as long as one saw the rune, the meaning it represented would involuntarily appear in one's mind. Solid rune. Soon, a rune formed on Qin Shujian's fingertips. In an instant, a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi gathered in the rune. When its light appeared, it slowly sank into the stone table. The stone table that was integrated with a rune seemed to have an invisible brilliance looming inside at this moment. The first solid rune was successfully condensed. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. His fingertips moved again, forming a second rune. Similarly, it was no different from the previous rune. This time, it was still the rune of solidity. If someone was watching from the outside, then, A large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth from Mount Liang was drawn into the courtyard. The dense spiritual qi converged and enveloped the courtyard like a light cyan fog. For true martial realm cultivators, naturally, such a change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth could not be missed. When they saw the place where the spirit qi finally gathered, they immediately extinguished the thought of continuing to investigate. It was Qin Shujian's courtyard. It caused such a commotion. He was probably cultivating some powerful cultivation technique. As for why he didn't go to the summit of Mount Liang and instead chose to cultivate in the courtyard, no one knew the reason. There were some things they didn't dare to ask. Time passed. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Although the appearance of the stone table hadn't changed, there seemed to be a dense divine light inside. The stone table wasn't big, but it gave people the illusion that it was as heavy as a mountain. When the last rune fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Qin Shujian finally retracted his finger. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had been converging had completely lost its target and began to disperse bit by bit. It's a pity that this stone table is made of ordinary materials. Even if it's placed here and nourished by spiritual qi, it can't change much. 72 runes is already the limit. Looking at the stone table in front of him, he shook his head helplessly. However, a faint smile still appeared on his face. Obviously, Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the masterpiece he had created. In his eyes, the attributes of the stone table in front of him had changed greatly. 72 runes had directly raised this ordinary stone table to the second stage. However, as a price, Qin Shujian now felt both physically and mentally exhausted. He had never felt so tired, even when fighting against dozens of outer invulnerability realm cultivators. If he were to carve another 36 runes, the stone table would definitely rise from the second stage to the first stage. However, if he wanted to rise from the first stage to a spiritual weapon, this hurdle would not be so easy. The stone table was still the same stone table. However, the stone table was no longer the same stone table as before. This was a stone table whose defense was comparable to a second stage precious armor. Subsequently, Qin Shujian carved a few more runes that condensed spiritual qi on the 4 stone stools. Instantly, the spiritual qi in the surroundings seemed to be attracted and began to slowly converge towards the stone stools. However, the force of the attraction was not strong. At best, it was only 10 to 20% richer than other places in Yuan sect. At this moment, the 4 stone stools surrounded the stone table. The condensed spiritual qi had also indirectly infected the stone table. Combined with the fact that it was already at the second stage, Qin Shujian believed that he could use this to slowly raise the quality of the stone table. Perhaps it would take several months. Perhaps it would take several years. Anyway, anything that was soaked in spiritual qi would be slowly removed of impurities and its quality would be raised. When the time was right, Qin Shujian would condense another 36 runes to further raise the stone table. After doing all this, he directly returned to his bedroom. This time, he did not meditate and cultivate. Instead, he truly lay down and fell asleep. At the Baiyun Marquis residence, Xiao Hong also reported the matter truthfully. Upon hearing this, Marquis Baiyun's expression did not change. After Xiao Hong finished speaking, he said slowly, "How much of what he said is true and how much of it is false? In my opinion, 70% of it is true and 30% of it is false. He definitely has other plans for slaughtering the evil spirits. However, eliminating the problem of the future devil calamity should also be one of them. After all, the foundation of the Yuan sect is in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. This is almost unshakable. According to my opinion, Qin Shujian is arrogant. I'm afraid that he wants to break the shackles of the true dominion and become the spirit dominion's protectorate lord." Xiao Hong's expression was solemn as he replied in a low voice. Although he hadn't met Qin Shujian many times, he was able to deduce Qin Shujian's personality from their conversations and information on him. Marquis Baiyun said, "How many people who can become protectorate lords are not arrogant people? However, It is extremely difficult to become the Spirit Dominion's Protectorate Lord. Since the Great Zhao dynasty, only a few people have been able to become the Spirit Dominion's Protectorate Lord. At this point, he paused for a while, seemingly recalling something. Then, Marquis Baiyun looked at Xiao Hong and said, "Since he wants to kill the evil spirits, I'll give him this opportunity. In the 1396 ordinary realms of the Baiyun Prefecture. As long as there are places where evil spirits are sealed, tell him the location of the seal. However, there is one point. He must not cause a devil calamity." "Yes, Marquis Baiyun. You may leave." Marquis Baiyun gestured for Xiao Hong to leave. The reason he had told Qin Shujian these places was to avoid the trouble of causing a devil calamity in the future. As for the location of the evil spirits in the True Dominion, Marquis Baiyun did not intend to tell him. Because, the evil spirits sealed in the True Dominion, the evil spirits sealed in the ordinary realms could not be compared to them. Even though the other party was the True Dominion's Protectorate Lord, Marquis Baiyun did not think that he could kill the evil spirits in the True Dominion. Once he failed, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the Baiyun Prefecture. Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian lay in bed for 5 days straight. During these 5 days, he did not do any cultivation. Instead, he simply slept. On the 5th day, only then did he wake up from his sleep under the dazzling sunlight. "Phew! I haven't slept so well in a long time." Qin Shujian stretched. He felt that all his fatigue had disappeared after he woke up this time. He did not know how long he had slept. However, when it came to the Tao of forging, after waking up this time, he had a deeper understanding of it. If a blacksmith wanted to inscribe runes, it would consume a lot of his quintessential essence and mental strength. The former could be replenished by the heaven-earth spirit qi. The latter could only rely on oneself to recover slowly. This was also why Qin Shujian had only forged a grade 2 stone table before he went back to sleep. He was so tired, he could not calm down to meditate and cultivate at all. This also showed that after a blacksmith reached a certain level, as long as there were enough materials, they could forge the corresponding items without any scruples. This involved the consumption of mental strength. Based on his current status as a top-notch middle-grade blacksmith, Qin Shujian estimated. At most, he would be able to forge a first-grade divine weapon in a month. Any more than that and it would be detrimental to him. Unless I break through to the spirit martial realm, it is still not enough for me to become a powerful blacksmith with the strength of a true martial realm. However, if I can become a high-grade blacksmith or even a blacksmith grandmaster, it should be easier to condense such low-level runes. In this way, the mental strength consumption will not be as bad as it is now. Qin Shujian roughly knew how long he had slept when he saw that his life source had increased from less than 10,000 to more than 60,000. On the other side, after obtaining the evil demon pendant, the players of the Origin sect started to expand their search area for the sealed evil spirits. This was something that could not be helped. The evil demon pendant, which had been exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, had no other use other than increasing the probability of finding the evil spirits. In terms of quality, it was even inferior to a grade 9 pendant. If they could not find the sealed evil spirits, these 1,000 contribution points would be no different from throwing away a fortune. Therefore, all the teams that had exchanged for the evil demon pendant set off from the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and spread out in all directions to search. As for the places near the true dominion of the Liang Mountain, the players had already looted the place, including the land. If they wanted to find the sealed evil spirits, they could only leave the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and head to other true dominion ordinary dominion to search. In a dense forest, a bright flower bloomed in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. As time passed, it slowly withered and gave birth to a green fruit. Once the fruit was born, a spiritual fragrance wafted out. Immediately, it attracted the attention of others. This is the wood luo fruit. Shu Kai looked at the fruit in front of him and was puzzled for a while. Then, he immediately reacted and looked pleasantly surprised. The other 4 players beside him were also overjoyed. I remember that the last time someone collected the wood luo fruit, He submitted the mission and received 500 contribution point. It's too wasteful to exchange the wood luo fruit for contribution points. Didn't the Elixir Refinery Hall Elder issue a mission some time ago? If one collected the wood luo fruit, one would receive a triple rotation origin elixir. Upon hearing this, these people looked at the wood luo fruit with burning eyes. Although the triple rotation origin elixir was only a level 3 elixir, its effect was not much weaker than a level 4 elixir. At the current stage, the players could not consume elixirs without limit. Every time they consumed an elixir to aid their cultivation, they would need a certain amount of time to digest it. They could only consume the elixir again after the elixir's effect had subsided. Otherwise, the elixir's residue would accumulate. The effect of consuming the elixir would be greatly reduced. As for the triple rotation origin elixir, if it was compared to the essence strengthening elixir, the effect of one triple rotation origin elixir was at least equivalent to 10 essence strengthening elixirs. This was an elixir that could increase the experience of a true martial realm player and give them a chance to break through. If they wanted to exchange for it, a triple rotation origin elixir was worth at least 1,500 contribution points. So when he saw the wood luo fruit, Shu Kai directly took out one and plucked it, then put it into a jade box. Just as he was about to put it away, swoosh swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Immediately, a sense of threat surged into his heart. Shu Kai did not hesitate to pull out the long sword at his waist. Then, as the sword danced, it collided with the two black dots. A sudden change of events. It also attracted the attention of the other 4 players. Who is it? Come out. How dare you secretly attack us? A silver needle appeared in the hand of one of the players, then he threw it in the direction of the sneak attack. In an instant, the silver needle scattered into tens of thousands of cold light spots and directly disappeared into the forest. Suddenly, accompanied by a powerful burst of true essence, nearly 10 figures burst out from the forest and surrounded Shu Kai and the others. At this time, Shu Kai had already put away the jade box. He did not even look at the long arrow that was shot down on the ground. Instead, he turned to look at the people surrounding them and said with a gloomy face, "We should have no grudges. Why did you sneak attack us?" As he spoke, a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. The people surrounding them were also players. There were a total of 8 people here. Although Shu Kai did not have the insight technique, he could sense that there were many difficult opponents among the 8 people. Hand over the item and I'll let you go. Friend, robbing by force is not a good habit. Shu Kai narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had secretly raised his true chi and was ready to attack at any time. The leader sneered and said, "Either hand it over or I kill you and drop the item. You choose one. Kill him first." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Shu Kai directly burst out from the ground. His long sword was covered with true chi and emitted a powerful aura. Like a meteor, he had already killed. Chapter 216. The white light of resurrection flashed. Shu Kai and the others had already appeared in Yuan's sect. Their faces were gloomy. One of the players asked, "Is the Muluo fruit still there?" The Mu Luo fruit is still there, but the sinister pendant is gone. Shu Kai checked his backpack and finally touched his body. Finally, he found that the evil pendant hanging around his neck was gone. His face darkened even more. Demonic pendant. It was worth 1,000 contribution points. After exchanging for it, he didn't even have the chance to find a sealed evil demon to recover his HP before he was killed. Hearing this, the faces of the others were also distorted. 1,000 contribution points. After splitting it among the 5 of them, each of them lost 200 points. Even if a Muluo fruit could be exchanged for a 3 revolutions recovery pill worth 1,500 contribution points, it still couldn't erase the fact that they had lost 1,000 contribution points. We can't just let this go. Judging from their attire, they should be players from the 10 Direction sect of the True Dominion. At this point in the game, he knew a lot about the True Dominion and the True Dominion. Furthermore, the Essence sect was very powerful and had a large number of players. Players would often head to other true dominion to explore. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of the sects of the other true dominion. The Buxi True Dominion was not too far away from the Liang Mountain True Dominion, as it was only separated by the Xuanhua True Dominion. There were only a few sects in the Buxi True Dominion. It was hard for them not to know each other. Shu Kai's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Since they're so heartless, then don't blame us for not taking it easy. We'll go find others and get back at them. I'll contact them now. We'll meet at the entrance of the village in half an hour." Shu Kai nodded. Shortly after, the 5 of them immediately split up to look for their close friends. After all, there were thousands of players in a sect. Everyone had a few players they were familiar with, so it wasn't too difficult to find a helper. Very soon, more than 20 players gathered at the entrance of the village. Shu Kai cupped his fists and said, "Since everyone came to help, I will engrave this matter in my heart. I, Shu Kai, will not take a single item from the dead Shifang sect's players." "Brother Shu, you're exaggerating. We're all friends. How can we let a small 10-direction sect overpower us?" The other players who came to help were also filled with righteous indignation. However, there were also some people who revealed a slight smile on their tense faces. Naturally, it was because of his friend that he was willing to help. However, if he could get some benefits, that would be even better. Shortly after, a group of more than 20 people set off from the true dominion of the Liang Mountain and headed towards the true dominion of the Tree Ocean. Fortunately, the Liangshan True Dominion was not far from the Xuanhua True Dominion. If one wanted to enter the Forest Ocean True Dominion from the Zunhua True Dominion, one would not have to go through all the trouble of crossing the entire True Dominion. One could enter the Forest Ocean True Dominion from the side. The True Forest Ocean Dominion. Shifang sect's players were still exploring the forest. Jiyu Jeming killed a venomous snake that had fallen from a tree with a single slash of his sword. However, his expression was still not good. Yesterday, in order to kill those 5 players, he had also lost 2 people on his side. Jiyu Jiming didn't expect this either. Although there weren't many of those players, the martial arts they used at the last minute were really powerful. They were caught off guard and 2 of them were taken away. As for the loot, he took out the pendant from his bosom and was speechless. It was an ordinary pendant. It had no use at all. Apart from the item's description, which stated that there was a high probability of finding the sealed evil demon, it had no other use. As for finding the sealed evil demon, in Jiyu Jeming's eyes, this was better than nothing. What was the point of finding the sealed evil demon? Releasing the evil demon? Unleashing a devil calamity? Then, the sect's players would run away with buckets. Just thinking about it made Jiyu Jeming realize that there was no benefit in finding the sealed evil demon. He had originally wanted to throw this thing away. However, considering that this was his only loot, he had no choice but to keep it. "It's a pity that I didn't get that spirit fruit. Otherwise, it would have been worth it." Jiyu Jeming shook his head as he put away the pendant. All of a sudden, fine cold flashes shot out from the side. Jiyu Jeming was shocked. As his quintessential essence erupted, he blasted out a palm in the direction of the cold flashes, striking them down. When the cold flashes landed, rows of tiny silver needles were revealed. This was a familiar scene. Immediately, he understood who the culprit was. As expected, more than 20 figures came from all directions and directly surrounded them. In the face of this sudden change, the players from Shifang sect immediately reacted. They took out their weapons and looked at the newcomer with a solemn expression. "It's you." Jiyu Jeming looked at Shu Kai, who was leading the group, with a cold glint in his eyes. "Kill." Shu Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. With a wave of his hand, everyone unleashed a powerful attack. The Yuan sect did not lack true martial realm players. Among the people who followed this time, almost half of them were in the true martial realm. On the other hand, Jiyu Jeming's side had 8 people. There were only 3 in the true martial realm. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle, the outcome had already been decided. More than 10 minutes of fighting passed. In the end, Jiyu Jeming's chest was pierced by a sword, and he turned into white light and dissipated. On the ground, several weapons were dropped. Everyone picked them up, and they would divide them equally according to their value when they returned. In the Shifang sect, white lights flashed one after another, revealing the ugly faces of Jiyu Jeming and the others. Find them. Jiyu Jeming's face was ferocious, and he growled in a low voice, I'm going to wipe out all 20 of them today. They were wiped out. No matter what, he could not swallow this anger. As for the cause of this matter, who started it first, Jiyu Jeming did not intend to think about it anymore. People fought for their dignity. He had to get back at them for this. Subsequently, another elixir appeared in his hand. Then, with a pained expression, he swallowed it directly. Because of this resurrection, the realm that fell from the true martial realm was restored to the first level of the true martial realm. To be able to become a cultivator in the true martial realm, Jiyu Jeming's strength was among the best among the players in the Shifang sect. Therefore, he knew a lot of people, so his appeal was naturally not low. Not long after, Jiyu Jeming directly led hundreds of players to find trouble with Shu Kai and the others. While gathering the players, he had already ordered people to secretly find the location of Shu Kai and the others, in order to prevent them from running away after killing people. There were spies following them. It was not difficult for the players of the Shifang sect to find Shu Kai and the others. Just as Shu Kai and the others were about to enter the Xuanhua True Dominion, they were directly surrounded by the players of the Shifang sect. A white light appeared. Shu Kai and the others directly appeared in the Yuan sect. For example, the scene of more than 20 people being resurrected in succession this time also attracted the attention of some players. After all, when a small team of 5 or 6 people encountered an invincible monster, it was normal for them to be wiped out. However, it was too shocking for more than 20 people to be resurrected in succession like this. At this moment, Shu Kai and the others were not in the mood to pay attention to the gazes of the people around them. Everyone's face was gloomy. I'll go find people. If I don't wipe them out at least once, I won't be able to swallow this anger. I'll go too. Today, I'll teach the players of the Shifang sect a lesson. Shu Kai did not need to say anything. More than 20 people had already scattered out, each looking for their friends. They were surrounded and beaten by more than 100 people. No matter what, they could not swallow this anger. Very soon, the Yuan sect gathered more than 200 people again and directly set off from the Liang Mountain True Dominion, charging toward the Forest Ocean True Dominion. Such a large-scale movement, naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. The other players were also trying to find out what was going on that could attract so many people to move out together. After they found out, only then did they know that they were fighting with players from other sects. To this, the others had no intention of getting involved. After all, there was no experience for players to kill. If they died, they would lose a level. No matter what, it was not worth it. However, at this moment, as the Yuan sect players charged into the Forest Ocean True Dominion, whenever they saw players wearing the Shifang sect uniform, they did not even ask anything and directly charged toward them. After all, there were more than 100 Shifang sect players besieging them at that time. No one could remember who was who. Anyway, in the eyes of the Yuan sect players, it was right as long as they killed the Shifang sect players. For a time, many Shifang sect players were resurrected one after another. Among them were many players who had besieged Shu Kai and the others not long ago. Perhaps Jiyu Jeming and the others did not recognize the Yuan sect's uniform, but among the 100 people, there were bound to be some who could recognize Shu Kai and the others as Yuan sect players. However, recognition was recognition. No matter how powerful the Yuan sect was, it was impossible for them to let the Shifang sect players swallow the anger of being killed. Moreover, this was just a fight between players. It was impossible to alarm the Yuan sect master. Therefore, after they were resurrected, the 10 Direction sect's players immediately called for their friends to take revenge. After all, the Forest Ocean True Dominion was the home ground of the Shifang sect. There were also many Shifang sect players who joined the Shifang sect. Although the Yuan sect players were generally strong, it was still difficult for the 300 over people to contend with the Shifang sect players. Suddenly, many Yuan sect players were resurrected and returned to the Yuan sect after many encounters. As for the players who were resurrected, they directly called for more people to charge toward the Forest Ocean True Dominion. It was different from before. Although the 300 over players from the Yuan sect were no match for the Shifang sect players, it was impossible for the Shifang sect to completely wipe them out in one wave. Some of them were ruthless and directly tied the resurrection point to the Forest Ocean True Dominion. Therefore, when the reinforcements from the Forest Ocean True Dominion arrived, they happened to encounter the other Yuan sect players who were still resisting. The two sides converged. They directly launched a counterattack against the Shifang sect players. At this point, both sides were already in a frenzy. After resurrecting, Shifang sect's players led even more people and rushed toward the battlefield. A chaotic battle began. Chapter 217. At the border between the True Forest Dominion and the True Xuanhua Dominion. Thousands of players were killing each other. Right now, no one knew why the battle had started, and no one wanted to pursue this question. The battle had continued until now. The number of revivals of the players from both sects had reached thousands. It could be said that the seeds of anger had taken root and sprouted. Regardless of whether it was the players from Yuan sect or Shifang sect, they all wanted to annihilate their opponents. Such an unforeseen event. Naturally, it attracted the attention of both sects. However, neither side interfered easily. After all, this was a battle between mutants. As the native forces of this world, there were still some differences between the two sides. However, the development of the situation was gradually out of their control. The cause of the incident. It was because a player from Shifang sect had been killed too many times. In the end, he asked a very close expert in the sect to help in an attempt to teach Yuan sect a lesson. It was not a big problem to ask a friend for help. However, the real problem was that this player did not ask for help from other players. Instead, it was an NPC expert in Shifang sect. That NPC expert was not very clear about the original cause. However, due to their friendship, he was implicated in the end. Not only that, this NPC also straightforwardly asked a few of his close friends to help. As the NPC expert from Shifang sect interfered. At this moment, the advantage that Yuan Zhong's players originally had was completely gone. Although the current players' realms were not low. However, compared to the experts of one sect, there was still a considerable gap. After knowing that an NPC from Shifang sect had interfered, Yuan sect's players were instantly enraged. They were all players. It was fine to call on their friends to fight and determine the winner. However, they had now asked the NPC to help them. For this kind of thing, no one could tolerate it. Yuan sect's players expressed that they were not afraid of anyone in terms of sect experts. Immediately, some players went to look for NPCs who were close to them and asked them to help deal with the experts from Shifang sect. Ever since Yuan sect's 1,500 internal energy shields came out of Liang Mountain, after directly destroying 7 sects. Although Yuan sect's people did not say anything on the surface, they had an inviolable pride in their hearts. Now that they heard that a sect dared to provoke Yuan sect and bully the weak, they could not sit still. Except for those who had just joined the Yuan sect. The original experts of Yuan sect were now all cultivators in the inner energy realm. Following the intervention of a few inner energy cultivators, the situation of the 10 Direction sect's players instantly became one-sided. Moreover, a true martial realm cultivator from Shifang sect was killed by an inner energy realm cultivator from Yuan sect. Finally, the situation escalated once again. NPCs that died in the hands of players could be revived. However, if he died at the hands of another NPC, he would truly die. The death of a true martial realm cultivator immediately attracted the attention of the cultivator's master. He was a great master of physical invulnerability who loved his disciple dearly, even if he knew that the other party was from Yuan sect. However, the anger of his disciple's death still made him unable to control himself. Yuan sect outer sect deacon Cheng Jin has died, cannot be revived. A system message immediately pulled Qin Shujian out of his cultivation state. Who was Cheng Jin? He couldn't remember clearly either. However, to be able to become an outer court deacon, it proved that he was at least an inner aura cultivator. However, the real reason that made Qin Shujian's expression turn gloomy. It was the 4 words "cannot be revived" behind this message. Cannot be revived. What did this mean? It meant that the person who killed Cheng Jin wasn't a player, but an NPC. Although he didn't know who it was that dared to attack Yuan sect. However, this system message, it had already made Qin Shujian furious. When he walked down from the peak of Mount Liang, he also discovered a problem. That was, the large number of players in the sect in the past had decreased by a lot. Only occasionally would a white light revive, and he would see the revived players leave angrily. When he arrived at Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian discovered that Zheng Fang and the others were already sitting here. Sect Master, speak, what exactly happened? Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat and asked in an indifferent tone. Just from the fact that Zheng Fang and the others were sitting here together, he knew that there was something that they didn't report directly. Niu Feng cupped his hands and said, "The mutants in the sect have a conflict with the mutants of the 10 Direction sect in the True Forest Dominion. They are currently fighting at the border between the True Forest Dominion and the True Forest Dominion. However, I heard that the experts in the 10 Direction sect have intervened. Many inner court disciples and deacons of our sect have gone to support them. So, why are all of you gathered here now?" The sudden question made Niu Feng and the others look at each other in dismay. Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he said indifferently, "Since when have you been able to sit here and discuss countermeasures when Yuan sect has been provoked like this? Have you been too comfortable recently?" His indifferent words shocked everyone. This caused the hearts of Niu Feng and the others to tremble. Even Zheng Fang's expression turned solemn. "Sect Master, please calm down." Qin Shujian stood up directly. His storage ring flashed, and the bow of heaven and earth and the cloud-piercing arrow appeared. He then landed in front of everyone and left the inherited martial hall. A calm voice entered the ears of Zheng Fang and the others. "Bring back the sect-guarding spiritual weapon of the 10 Direction sect within 3 days." Inside the inherited martial hall, there was a sudden silence. "Everyone, I look forward to working with you." An old voice sounded, breaking the silence. Everyone's gaze fell on the bow of heaven and earth. Niu Feng said with a surprised look, "You can speak?" "Nonsense, I'm an innate spiritual object and was once the sect-guarding spiritual weapon. Now, I'm even the sect master's right-hand man. It's normal for me to know people and understand yin and yang." The bow of heaven and earth took the opportunity to brag in front of Niu Feng and the others. In the past, in front of Qin Shujian. Even if it wanted to brag, it wouldn't dare to do so. However, in front of Niu Feng and the others, the bow of heaven and earth had no such scruples. Hearing that, the others didn't show any questioning look. After all, Qin Shujian left the bow and arrow behind before leaving, which proved that the bow and arrow were definitely not ordinary objects. They were probably the main means to deal with the sect-guarding spiritual weapon of the 10 Direction sect this time. Zheng Fang recovered his composure and said while stroking his beard, "As far as I know, there are 5 physical invulnerability realm practitioners in the 10 Direction sect. The sect master of the 10 Direction sect is an expert at the 9th level of the martial realm, close to the peak of the martial realm. He's just at the 9th level of the martial realm. Even if he's at the peak, so what?" Niu Feng sneered. He wasn't exaggerating. He himself was a physical invulnerability realm practitioner at the 7th level of the martial realm. Although his realm was lower than the 9th level of the martial realm, there were so many top martial arts techniques in the book collection pavilion. If they really fought, he might not lose. Beside him, Xu Yuanming also said, "Since the sect master has spoken, let's destroy the 10 Direction sect. Elder Yuqing and Elder Yuhua will stay in the 10 Direction sect. You don't have to participate in the destruction of the 10 Direction sect." Zheng Fang's eyes fell on Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua. Although they were all inner sect elders, Zheng Fang was the great elder of technique imparting. In a sense, His position was equivalent to that of a deputy sect master. To this, Shen Yuqing and Shen Yuhua had no objections. When it came to realm, to be honest, the two of them were ranked below the top 1,000 in the origin sect. If they weren't proficient in forging and alchemy, they definitely wouldn't be able to become elders. It was important to know one's own limits. The two of them didn't dwell on this issue. Subsequently, the 5 elders led by Zheng Fang and 300 inner invulnerability realm practitioners left the origin sect and headed toward the true dominion of the Forest Ocean. When so many experts passed through the true dominion of the Forest Ocean, the sects of the Xuanhua True Dominion were shocked. The battle between the players of the two sects was no longer a secret in the Xuanhua True Dominion, and the experts of the origin sect were most likely heading toward the 10 Direction sect. However, when so many experts stepped into the Xuanhua True Dominion, the sects couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. When the group of experts stepped into the true dominion of the Forest Ocean, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. In the 10 Direction sect, now that the battle had escalated, the entire sect had fallen into a state of anxiety. In the main hall of the sect, Ying Wanyao's expression was somewhat ugly, and the seat of the sect master he was sitting on felt somewhat hot. Originally, it had been a small fight between the cultivators. Unknowingly, it had escalated to a battle between the experts of the two sects. Now, there had been casualties on both sides, and things had gradually reached an irreversible stage. Until now, Ying Wenyao was in a state of confusion. During this period, he had been cultivating in seclusion, preparing to officially break through the threshold of the 9th stage of the true martial realm and officially enter the peak of the true martial realm. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw from seclusion. When the elders under him reported the situation to him, only then did Ying Wenyao realize, the 10 Direction sect had unknowingly created such a big mess. Back then, the 7 sects hadn't even killed the people of the origin sect. It was only because they had competed with the origin sect master, Qin Shujian, for the carnate spirit object that the other party had brought people to raise the sect to the ground. The disciples had either died or surrendered. A foundation that had lasted thousands of years had been destroyed overnight. Ying Wenyao now realized that the 10 Direction sect was more impressive than the 7 sects. Or rather, it was more impressive than the sects of the other true dominion. The 10 Direction sect dared to kill people that the other sects didn't dare to. The 10 Direction sect dared to offend the powers that the other sects didn't dare to offend. Inexplicably, Ying Wenyao felt his eyes moisten. He felt that he had let down his master and the ancestors of the 10 Direction sect. Meanwhile, there was silence in the sect hall. Sect master Ying Wenyao didn't say anything, and the other sect elders didn't dare speak either. The 10 Direction sect had created such a big mess this time, and they had neglected their duties. Forget it. Ying Wenyao suddenly shook his head and sighed. At this moment, the other elders also cast their gazes over. He stood up directly, looked at the entire sect hall, and said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, I was in seclusion for a long time and neglected the management of the sect. In the end, it led to such a result. I am ashamed. In order to prevent the 1,000-year-old foundation of the 10 Direction sect from being destroyed in my hands, I will resign from the position of sect master today. From now on, I will focus on cultivating in seclusion in order to achieve the true martial realm one day." After he finished speaking, he took out the sect master token and placed it on the main seat. Then, he left immediately. Ying Wenyao left very quickly, as if he was floating in the air. He waved his sleeves, leaving behind only the sect master token. As for the elders of the 10 Direction sect, they were all in a daze. No one had expected this. At a time like this, how could Ying Wenyao, the Grandmaster, give up his position of Grandmaster and leave without a single word of nonsense? By the time they reacted, the other party's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 218. No one had thought of that. Ying Wenyao didn't want the position of sect master just like that, and left without hesitation. They looked at the sect master token on the main seat. The elders of the 10 Direction sect looked at each other. In the past, There were many people who wanted to take over the position. They couldn't wait for Ying Wenyao to step down so that they could take advantage of this opportunity to take over the power of the Ten Direction sect. However, at the moment, no one wanted Ying Wenyao to leave. The Ten Direction sect didn't have many physical aura realm cultivators. If they lacked the only physical aura great cultivator at the 9th level of the true martial realm, there was almost no hope of contending against Yuan Zhong. Although Ying Wenyao was there, it was unlikely that they could contend against Yuan Zhong. However, now that the Ten Direction sect's strength had weakened again, there was no point in playing. Cough cough, this old man is already old, and I'm afraid that I'm no longer capable of holding the position of elder. Now that Sect Master Ying has resigned from the position of Sect Master, I don't have the face to continue being an elder. A Shifang sect elder coughed. After leaving the elder's token behind, he also left the main hall. This time, the expressions of the remaining people were even more interesting. However, before they could plan their next step, the remaining people's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look outside the sect hall. Over there, a terrifying aura was approaching rapidly from afar. It was so fast that it even left a series of explosions in the air. Looking from the outside, a meteor carrying an endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy slammed into Shifang sect's main hall. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The Ten Direction sect elders in the sect hall took advantage of the moment when the hall collapsed to rush out. Then, they saw that more than half of the hall had collapsed. Inside the ruins, a silver arrow was stuck in the ground. Spirit weapon. This is the monolith ART's cloud-piercing arrow. Immediately, someone recognized the origin of the arrow and couldn't help but exclaim. It was impossible for a sect's cornerstone spirit weapon to be unknown. The monolith sect used to be a large sect in the True Dominion. The cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow were well known in the True Dominion. How could the people of the Ten Direction sect not recognize them? What they didn't expect was, one day, the cloud-piercing arrow would shoot toward the Shifang sect and collapse half of the sect's main hall. After a brief moment of shock, there was unconcealable horror. Yuan Zhong. The Coiling Stone sect had already been destroyed, so the Cosmos bow and the cloud-piercing arrow must have fallen into Yuan Zhong's hands. Now, the cloud-piercing arrow had arrived. In that case, the experts from Yuan sect would definitely arrive soon. As expected. Before the people of the Shifang sect could recover from their shock, waves of powerful auras gathered. In the end, a terrifying power erupted, as if it was enough to shake the entire sect. In front of Shifang sect's gate, many Yuan sect experts gathered. Zheng Fang's expression was indifferent. He lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at the mountain gate of Shifang sect. He spat out a word, kill, finished speaking. Killing intent surge. Immediately, energy palms blasted out, shattering the stele that belonged to Shifang sect. The cultivators of Shifang sect who had heard the commotion were shocked and furious. But before they could say too much, the experts from the Yuan sect had already charged over. Before the incoming inner energy cultivators of Shifang sect could see clearly, they felt a powerful quintessential essence rushing toward them. Immediately, they waved their palms to meet it without hesitation. In an instant, the combined quintessential essence of 300 inner energy cultivators directly blasted the few experts of Shifang sect into pieces. Zheng Fang also walked toward Shifang sect in one step. His footsteps seemed ordinary, but they were like after images. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. When a Shifang sect elder saw this scene, he hurriedly shouted, "This is all a misunderstanding. Please stop. There is no misunderstanding about killing people from my Yuan sect." Zheng Fang shook his head and pressed down lightly with his palm as if there was no strength at all. That Shifang sect elder didn't dare be careless. He similarly struck out with his palm and collided with it. As soon as the two came into contact, that person felt that Zheng Fang's light palm contained endless quintessential essence, surging toward him as if there was no end to it. In an instant, his protective aura chi was destroyed. The shock made his chest feel stuffy, and his body involuntarily retreated. He didn't have much time to be shocked. Zheng Fang was already close. Another palm fell. The way he struck out seemed light, but in fact, it sealed off all his opponent's escape routes. Bang! He had no choice but to raise his palm to meet it. That person staggered several steps back again. Bang! Bang! When he took Zheng Fang's ninth palm, that Shifang sect elder finally opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was already riddled with holes from the quintessential essence. Zheng Fang's expression didn't change. He struck out with his palm again. The palm print wasn't big, but it directly occupied his entire vision. Remember, the one who killed you is the Yuan sect's great elder of imparting arts. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm fell. It landed accurately on that person's chest. Immediately after, quintessential essence exploded, completely shattering his heart meridian. He had easily killed a physical invulnerability cultivator at the 7th level of the true martial realm. Zheng Fang's expression didn't change. After all, there was nothing to be happy about. His actual cultivation level was at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Many peak true martial realm cultivators had died at the hands of his own sect master. As for the other physical invulnerability cultivators, it was even more difficult to count. In comparison, he was still too weak. There weren't many physical invulnerability cultivators in Shifang sect. After Ying Wenyao and an elder had left, and now Zheng Fang had killed another one, the remaining resistance instantly declined. This time, Zheng Fang didn't attack again. He just watched coldly. The Origin sect hadn't attacked the other sects at first. This was because there wasn't a suitable reason. They had thought that the Origin sect's power of destroying the 7 sects was enough to intimidate the other sects of the True Dominion. However, they had never imagined that there would still be sects who didn't believe in heresy and dared to challenge the Origin sect's authority. This time, they were avenging the dead members of the Origin sect and re-establishing the Origin sect's power in front of the other sects. They had to understand. They would always be the Origin sect's Origin sect. Even though it was only a small part of the Origin sect, it was still an existence that nobody could ignore. As for the players of Shifang sect, at the moment, they also experienced the fear of the other novice villages being dominated by the Cold Mountain stronghold. They also understood how the players of the 7 sects felt when they fled without fighting. As the last remaining corner of the sect hall collapsed, the last person of Shifang sect also died completely. Inside the ruins, someone, probably someone with a bow, had found Shifang sect's sect-guarding spirit weapon. This spirit weapon had never been used before. It had been captured by the Origin sect before it could unleash the power it should have. Or rather, nobody had used it to fight the enemy. Soon, the news of Shifang sect's annihilation spread. Actually, from the start of the war between both sides, some sects had already predicted that Shifang sect would be in trouble. When the experts of the Origin sect took action, the sects of the Zunhua True Dominion understood that Shifang sect might no longer exist after this. In the end, reality often didn't exceed their expectations. News of Shifang sect's annihilation spread less than half a day after the people of the Origin sect stepped into the True Dominion of the Forest Ocean. All of a sudden, the other sects of the True Dominion of the Forest Ocean were all in danger. They were afraid that the Origin sect would get too excited and annihilate the other sects. In order to show their sincerity, some disciples of Shifang sect who had escaped were also killed by the people of the other sects. For a time, the remnants of Shifang sect became the target of everyone in the True Dominion of the Forest Ocean. As for Zheng Fang and the others, they had already returned to the Origin sect. They had returned with them. And the resources of Shifang sect. Sect Master, almost all the members of Shifang sect above the True Martial Realm were killed this time. Only the Sect Master, Ying Wenyao, and an elder of the Physical Invulnerability Realm are missing. According to my speculation, the 2 of them have already escaped. In the inherited Martial Hall, Zheng Fang reported the results of this trip truthfully. Then, he took out the Chenkuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow and returned them directly. Qin Shujian waved his hand and put them back into his storage ring. Then, he asked, "Where's the sect-guarding spirit weapon of Shifang sect?" It's here. Niu Feng opened the tall box beside him and took out a long black saber from it. When the long saber appeared, the surrounding air seemed to have cooled down a little. Then, Niu Feng stepped forward and handed the long saber over respectfully. Qin Shujian immediately reached out and held the saber's hilt. He also learned the information about the long saber. Innate spiritual item, low-grade spirit weapon? Qin Shujian could clearly feel a faint consciousness rising from the long saber, as if it was afraid and fearful. After putting the long saber into his storage ring, he looked at the people in the hall again and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any news about Ying Wenyao?" "Not at the moment. Pass down my order. Do your best to search for the remnants of Shifang sect. If you can bring back his head, you'll get all the cultivation methods, martial arts, elixirs, and weapons." Qin Shujian gave the order directly. His face was full of killing intent. He couldn't let go of any hidden danger. Instead of waiting for the other party to improve his cultivation and come knocking on his door, it was better to strike first and get rid of this hidden danger completely. In this world, NPCs would usually return to heaven and earth directly after death. However, there was one situation that was different. That was if the head was separated from the body. The system would automatically determine one side as the spoils of war, which could be kept. Just like the head of the three-headed green feather kite in his storage ring, it didn't belong to the category of returning to heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian directly offered a reward for the head of the Shifang sect remnant. Regarding his words, the other elders of the Yuan sect didn't have any objections. In their opinion, daring to provoke the Yuan sect, this was how it should be. Subsequently, Qin Shujian continued, "How are our losses this time?" There were too many people in the Yuan sect now, and there was also a lot of related system information. He didn't have the time to check them one by one, and it was even more impossible for him to pick out what he wanted from the pile of notifications. Even if he could get a notification when someone died, he still needed to ask about the battle losses. Zheng Fang replied, "In the conflict between our sect and Shifang sect this time, a total of 1 deacon and 3 inner disciples were killed, a total of 4 inner aura cultivators." After that, the inherited martial hall fell into silence. The death of 4 inner aura cultivators was not a small loss at all. Back when the 7 sects were destroyed, at most, some people were injured, but no one died. Now, Shifang sect directly caused them to lose 4 inner aura cultivators. Chapter 219. In addition, Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he said coldly, "In the future, if any sect disciple implicates others due to personal grudges and eventually causes an irreversible situation, he will be directly expelled from the sect. If the situation is serious, he will be killed on the spot and will not rest until he is dead." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in awe. The matter this time around had truly infuriated their grandmaster. As for the last rule, it was obviously targeted at the Inhumans. The Inhumans were immortal. They could be resurrected after 1 kill. If this order was carried out, even if they could be resurrected continuously, they could still kill until the other party had a mental breakdown. Qin Shujian did not intend to pursue this matter. The main reason was that there were too many players involved in the battle. It was not easy to find them one by one. So, he could only give the players a warning first. He had already expected such a situation. After all, the players were an unstable factor. If he wanted to use the players to harvest the source of life for him, he had to bear this unstable risk. Unless he could not use the players. However, this was impossible. As Yuan sect's power grew, Qin Shujian also understood that the number of players in this world had reached an extremely terrifying level. With the growth of the players, it would definitely have a huge impact on this world in the future. If a sect rejected the players and only took in the local people, it was not a wise move. After all, in terms of growth, most of the local people were not as good as the players. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, if there were some geniuses, they might be able to grow faster than most of the players. Because Qin Shujian realized, up until now, The rate at which the players were progressing had slowed down. After all, if he wanted to level up, he would either have to train step by step or kill monsters to gain experience. Compared to the former, the latter was naturally faster. However, as the players grew, their levels would get higher. The experience that ordinary monsters could provide was already very little. However, to kill powerful monsters, not to mention the scarcity of their numbers, the difficulty was not small at all. The most important point was, monsters or NPCs that could reach the real martial arts realm all had a corresponding force behind them. Killing one might attract the boss-level expert behind them to take action. If they were careless, that would be the result of total annihilation. Therefore, until now, the player's leveling speed had fallen into a relatively slow stage. Although it was still much faster than the average person. It was not as exaggerated as when they were at the low level of the basic martial arts. In just a few days, they could directly climb from nothing to the third or fourth level of the basic martial arts realm. However, the fact that players couldn't die meant that in the future, players would definitely be one of the main forces in this world, perhaps even the only main force. Unless the players could be completely dead. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Qin Shujian was speechless. If the players would die in the game, then the game. Was it really just a game? At this moment, the news of Shifang sect's annihilation was already known to everyone in Yuan sect. For the first time, the players felt the benefits of having a powerful faction backing them up. It was the Liangshan Fort's fort master, who had killed so many players that they trembled in fear. Now, it had become the behemoth behind them. However, after Qin sect 2 to the end to the 2 to the 2 to the sect, this piece of news began to spread. It could be seen that this matter had truly angered the other party. Even if the 10 Direction sect was destroyed. Even if the 10 Direction sect of the. As for Shu Kai and the others. Now, they were completely low-key. The matter had developed to this extent because of them and the players of the 10 Direction sect. Although they were not at fault. Later on, they had implicated the NPCs of the sect and caused the NPCs' deaths. Such a consequence. Shu Kai and the others knew that they could not completely extricate themselves from it. This also made the other players understand. In the future, when they had conflicts with other sects, they had to consider whether they could bear the consequences before implicating the experts of their sects. Or else, it was better to be more honest. Regarding this, the other players did not have much objection to this news. This time, if the players of the 10 Direction sect had not been the first to break the rules and seek help from the experts of their sects, they would not have done so. After the 10 Direction sect was destroyed, the other sects of the True Dominion focused their attention on the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In the end, the sect did not do anything. Gradually, the other sects were relieved. As long as the sect did not kill them, it would be fine. In the following period of time, the players of the sect continued to explore other regions where the evil fiends were sealed. This time, the other sects of the True Dominion were warned not to have conflicts with the people of the sect. Even if there was a conflict between the mutants, they could not use the power of the experts of their sects to intervene in the conflict between the two sides. After all, this was a bloody lesson. The 10 Direction sect, which had done so previously, no longer existed. No one wanted to become the second 10 Direction sect. At this moment, Xiao Hong visited the sect again. Similarly, in the courtyard. Similarly, the two of them were facing each other. However, this time, Xiao Hong's face revealed a somewhat strange expression. His gaze landed on the stone table in front of him, and his wrinkled face twitched slightly. If I am not wrong, this stone table is engraved with the runes of a blacksmith. I did it on a whim. It was actually made by Sect Master Qin. It is not simple. Xiao Hong shook his head slightly and clicked his tongue in wonder. With his eyesight, naturally, he could see the many runes engraved on the stone table, even if they were hidden. According to Xiao Hong's visual estimation, the seemingly ordinary stone table in front of him was at least a grade 3 artifact. It was possible that it was even higher than that. This meant that Qin Shujian was also a middle-grade blacksmith. Originally, the fact that he could reach this stage at such a young age was already considered a shocking talent. However, under such circumstances, he still had the leisure to learn the art of blacksmithing and reach the level of a middle-grade blacksmith. This was even more remarkable. Judging from the methods on the stone table, he was probably not as simple as an ordinary middle-grade blacksmith. At this thought, Xiao Hong could not help but sigh and say, "Sect Master Qin is really unpredictable. I don't know how many shocking methods you have hidden. Steward Xiao, you are being too serious. Some of the blacksmithing techniques are not even considered to have reached a higher level. Given Sect Master Qin's current age, it is possible for him to become a blacksmith master in the future." Xiao Hong shook his head and said, "There are not many blacksmith masters in the entire Beiyun mansion. If Sect Master Qin can become a blacksmith grandmaster in the future, even divine martial realm cultivators will have to bow and greet him respectfully." That being said, in his heart, he thought that the possibility of Qin Shujian becoming a blacksmith grandmaster was very small. After all, a blacksmith grandmaster. There were only a few blacksmith grandmasters in the entire Beiyun mansion. Even in the Great Zhao 13 mansions, there were not many blacksmith grandmasters. However, this time, he discovered another ability of Qin Shujian that really shocked Xiao Hong. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was obviously in a good mood. After all, if his strength was not recognized by others, he always felt that something was missing. Then, he opened his mouth and asked again, "It has been half a month since we last met. Steward Xiao, may I know the reason for your visit this time?" The Marquis heard of Sect Master Qin's contribution to the Beiyun mansion and was very pleased, so he specially ordered this old man to come and give something to Sect Master Qin. As he spoke, Xiao Hongdo took out a scroll and handed it to Qin Shujian. After reaching out and taking it, Qin Shujian did not immediately open it, but asked instead, "May I ask what is inside?" "Sect Master Qin will know when you open it." Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at Xiao Hong's faint smile and could not help but look at the scroll in his hand. Then, he slowly opened it. The Beiyun mansion has a total of 1,396 ordinary realms. Among them, 79 ordinary realms are still sealed with evil spirits. Recently, there was a devil calamity, so the Lingchuan ordinary realm and the Tianxia ordinary realm were abandoned. Currently, there are still 66 intact seals in the Beiyun mansion, and all of them have been marked on this scroll. As for the seal of the True Dominion, the Marquis suggests that Sect Master Qin do not touch it for the time being. This is because once a devil calamity occurs in the True Dominion, it is not something you can handle alone. As Xiao Hong spoke, Qin Shujian had already finished reading the scroll in his hand. This was not an ordinary scroll, but a rolled-up map. Every red dot on the map represented the name of a realm in the ordinary realm. It also indicated the specific location of the evil demons. This was something like this. It was exactly what he needed now. After putting the map into his storage ring, Qin Shujian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, "Of course, I will not reject the Marquis's good intentions. I am very happy to be able to contribute to the Beiyun mansion." Although he could release a mission now and ask players to help find the evil spirits sealed in the seal, the Beiyun mansion was still very big. Not to mention the Great Zhao. Just the North Cloud Manor alone was too big. It was definitely not easy for an ordinary person to travel through the entire mansion on foot. The time it would take was also calculated in years. The Marquis was located in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It was destined that no matter how many players there were in the sect, they would not be able to travel too far away from the Liang Mountain True Dominion. After all, players who loved to explore. After all, they were very few. In this day and age, not only was the cost of teleportation extremely high, but it also required a certain level of identity. It was not an easy task to travel across too far of a region. Therefore, Xiao Hong had sent this map over. For Qin Shujian, this would solve the problem of plundering providence points in the short term. Therefore, when Xiao Hong bade farewell and left, he had already started to prepare to hunt other evil spirits according to the records on the map. Chapter 220. As for the mission issued by the sect to find the sealed demons, Qin Shujian did not cancel it. This was because Xiao Hong only gave him the location of the sealed demons in the ordinary realm. As for the outside of the ordinary realm, it was a blank space. The most important thing was, Qin Shujian saw from the map that there were not many demons near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. As long as he killed the 2 demons before the other players found them. In that case, it was basically impossible for the Yuan sect players to complete the mission to find the demons. This was also destined. There were so many people who exchanged for the demon pendant, but there was no way for them to break even. To this, Qin Shujian did not feel anything at all. Not only that, he still placed the demon pendant on the list and did not cancel the mission. He continued to persuade the players to exchange for it. During this period of time, the players had contributed a lot. If he did not consume some of it, he felt sorry for himself. However, since I am going to hunt the demons, it is safer to increase my strength a little more. Qin Shujian murmured to himself as he looked at the 160,000 life force source. Originally, he was going to keep these life sources. Then he would see if there was a chance for him to become a forging master. However, after seeing the Wind Thunder True technique, he still could not resist the thought in his heart. He saw that more than half of the life sources disappeared instantly. The Wind Thunder True technique directly transformed to the 10th level of the true martial arts. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding air was swept up. There seemed to be thunder and lightning vibrating in Qin Shujian's body. The sound of wind and thunder seemed to be echoing in Liang Mountain. The Wind Thunder True technique was a cultivation technique comprehended by an expert by observing the wind and thunder of heaven and earth. Even among the low-grade spiritual level, it was one of the top. Once it was mastered, his true essence would possess the power of wind and thunder. It was the most ferocious. As the Wind Thunder True technique was upgraded to perfection, a vast true essence force surged from his dantian, causing his dantian, which had already reached its limit, to suffer a strong impact. At this moment, the black silk net loomed. In the face of this strong impact, it actually showed signs of breaking. Boom! The void trembled. A universe heavenly lock appeared from the void and landed on Qin Shujian's right wrist. At this moment, the universe heavenly lock that sealed his left hand also appeared from the void. In an instant, the 2 chains in the sky stretched across the universe and were completely exposed to the entire True Dominion and the surrounding True Dominion. What is this? Chains? Why are there chains in the sky? Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? But I don't sense any turbulence in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The physical invulnerability stage cultivators of the various sects raised their heads to look at the heavenly lock that seemed to pierce through the universe. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. As for the universal heavenly lock, this was something that should only exist in legends. Even though they had heard of it before, they had never seen it with their own eyes. What is Yuan Zhong up to this time? Zhong Baicheng looked at the chains in the sky. With just a glance, he could determine where they came from. Regarding the universe heavenly lock, he himself did not recognize it either. Looking at the chains that entered the void, there seemed to be Dao rhymes flowing on them. He only took a few glances. Zhong Baicheng felt dizzy and couldn't help but shift his gaze away. He didn't dare to look at the universal heavenly lock anymore. Even the other physical invulnerability stage cultivators. After looking at the universal heavenly lock for a while, they also felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. While feeling shocked, they also shifted their gazes away. The heavenly lock pierces through the universe. Ordinary people cannot see it. This is the universal heavenly lock. In the Blue Cloud sect, Sect Master Qing Shu could no longer maintain his composure. He didn't even feel his beard being pulled off by his hand. In his mind, only the words universal heavenly lock kept reverberating. What was the universal heavenly lock? He had never seen it before. He had only seen the words universal heavenly lock in the handwritten letter of the founding ancestral master of the Blue Cloud sect. The founding ancestral master of the Blue Cloud sect had been an extremely talented person. He had broken the shackles of the ordinary dominion and become the protectorate lord of the Blue River True Dominion. The Blue Cloud sect of the past, just like Yuan's own now. In the True Dominion, there were no sects or powers. Only the Blue Cloud sect was powerful. Even the other sects of the True Dominion did not dare to easily obtain the Blue Cloud sect. Because there was a protectorate lord in the Blue Cloud sect. Qing Shu only knew that the founding ancestral master had once gone to the region above the True Dominion to find a way to break through the shackles of the True Dominion. When he had returned, he had already been severely injured. In the end, he had left behind some information before passing away. Because of this, the Blue Cloud sect had gradually declined. As the sect master, Qing Shu had naturally read the first handwritten letter and had some understanding of the universal heavenly lock. It had stated that one had to condense the universal heavenly lock in order to break through the shackles of the True Dominion. When he had seen the universal heavenly lock just now, he couldn't recall it immediately. However, as time passed, he gradually reacted. This was not the birth of a spirit item or priceless treasure. It was obvious that an expert had condensed the universal heavenly lock. Furthermore, there were two of them. Who could condense the universal heavenly lock? Qing Shu was really a little scared now. If someone really broke through the True Dominion and upgraded it to a Spirit Dominion, the Blue Stream True Dominion might not be able to escape then. Given the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, they could still flaunt their prowess in the True Dominion. If they entered the Spirit Dominion, they would definitely be finished. Qing Shu's expression kept changing. Finally, he looked in the direction of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Could it be that person who condensed the universal heavenly lock? If it was really that person, if the Liang Mountain True Dominion was upgraded to the Liang Mountain Spirit Dominion, he didn't need to guess anymore. The Blue Stream True Dominion was so close that it would definitely be upgraded to the Spirit Dominion in advance. Or else, based on the current progress of the Blue Stream True Dominion, the True Dominion might not be able to upgrade to the Spirit Dominion on its own even after 1 or 2,000 years. Just as Qing Shu's heart sank, the universal heavenly lock in the sky had disappeared. On the peak of the Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian's aura had become even more vigorous. The universal heavenly lock on his hands had already disappeared. However, as the second universal heavenly lock descended, the shackles in his dantian became even stronger. The black silk net, which had been on the verge of breaking after his quintessential art had reached perfection, was now solid. The quintessential essence, which was far beyond what a quintessential martial realm cultivator could withstand, was forcefully suppressed in his dantian. There seemed to be a tiny flame dancing in the middle of the liquefied quintessential essence. Wisps of quintessential essence were becoming purer under the burning of the flame. It's getting stronger, Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Although the two universal heavenly locks had shackled his cultivation level to the peak quintessential martial realm, his strength was also increasing steadily as his quintessential essence became purer. Once the universal heavenly lock was unlocked in the future, Qin Shujian had a premonition. That kind of power was definitely beyond his understanding. 666. I didn't expect the sect master to be so talented. He condensed the second universal heavenly lock in such a short time. It's inevitable that he will break the shackles of the True Dominion. When he becomes the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord, he will definitely intimidate the world. The cosmic bow, which had also recovered from its shock, immediately started to flatter Qing Shu. However, to be honest, this time, it was truly impressed. Although it didn't know how difficult it was to condense the universal heavenly lock, it was definitely not easy. After all, it had surpassed the limit. It was an extremely difficult thing to do in itself. It was needless to say that it could cause heaven and earth to descend shackles. Therefore, when it saw Qin Shujian condense the second universal heavenly lock, the cosmic bow had a thought. The shackles of the True Dominion might really not be able to stop the sect master. If he broke the shackles in the future and became the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord, it would be a spirit artifact in the hands of the Spirit Dominion's protectorate lord. When it thought of this, the Cosmos Bow was also a little excited. Such a powerful spirit artifact should only be owned by such an expert. After casually replying to the cosmic bow, Qin Shujian headed to the library. When he left the cold mountain peak, his storage ring flashed slightly and a long black saber appeared in his hand. This was the sect-guarding spirit artifact of the Shifang sect. It had been in his storage ring all this time, so Qin Shujian had almost forgotten about it. After condensing the second universal heavenly lock, he finally remembered. Holding the long black saber in his hand, he ignored the fear expressed by the other party's weak spirit intelligence and silently said, "Convert." Immediately, he saw the long black saber disappear. In its place, hence, he had an extra 3 luck points. In addition to the remaining luck points, Qin Shujian now had 10 luck points left. He looked at the 10 luck points. Qin Shujian didn't immediately smash into the 1,000 mountain blood. Now that he had condensed half a seal, he had already consumed dozens of luck points. If he wanted to complete the last half seal, a mere 10 luck points couldn't do it. Compared to throwing all of them in, it was better to keep some luck points with him. Maybe it would be useful at some time. After heading to the library, Qin Shujian chose 2 upper true level cultivation methods and then directly left. For him, there was no difference between lower true level and upper true level. As long as there was enough life source, then he could directly pile it up. According to Qin Shujian's guess, when the Great Dream Capturing Spirit Art True Martial Chapter was perfected, he had already perfected a total of 4 True Martial Chapter cultivation methods, so he condensed the first universal heavenly lock. When the Wind and Thunder True Technique was perfected, he condensed the second universal heavenly lock. In this case, there should be another cultivation method after that. When the True Martial Chapter was perfected, he could have 1 more universal heavenly lock. When all 7 cultivation methods were perfected, he could directly condense the complete 4 universal heavenly locks. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian thought of the time when he fused the cultivation methods. There were also a total of 7 grids in it. He didn't think there was a problem. But now, with his own guess, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was able to discern something from this. Chapter 221. Setting Sun, Ancient Road. Green robe, long saber. A person carrying a long saber on his back walked on the ancient road. It seemed like a normal pace, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. When he looked again, he had already walked a distance of more than 10 feet. According to the map given by Xiao Hong, Qin Shujian was going to the place where the evil demon was sealed. If it was another expert, he didn't need to move himself, he could just rely on the people of Yuan sect to deal with it. However, the evil demon was different. In Yuan sect, except for him, the sect master, who had the power to instantly kill the evil demon. The rest, they were too far apart. Even if everyone in the ordinary realm was at the 10th level of the martial arts realm, the evil demon was definitely someone else who could contend with it. The 4 god martial arts realm cultivators sent by Marquis Bayun in the ordinary realm were also no match for the evil demon. If not for relying on the incomplete Dao artifact, they couldn't even hurt the evil demon. And even if an ordinary person had a Dao artifact, they might not necessarily be a match for the evil demon. Otherwise, the word evil demon wouldn't be so terrifying. Qin Shujian was now used to walking on 2 legs. When the experts of the other sects went out, most of them drove carriages or rode strange beasts. However, he didn't have such thoughts. Of course, the main reason was that ordinary means of transportation were too slow. Although there were so many beasts in the demon vein created by Niu Dali, in terms of speed, there was still a big gap between them and Qin Shujian who had entered the Dao. So, it was more practical to rely on himself. In front of a valley, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. According to the map, the altar where the evil demon was sealed was here. The storage ring flashed, and after taking out the Chenkuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, he said lightly, "If anything happens, kill them all." Understood. The Chenkuan bow was eager to try. After being trapped in the storage ring for so long, it was naturally an excellent thing to be able to relax now. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took the lead and entered the valley. The evil demons seal in the ordinary realm. They were all hidden or dangerous places, which were specially chosen to prevent ordinary people from discovering them. And while sealing the evil demon, it was also accompanied by the protection of many monsters. Some of these monsters had been infected by devil qi, while others had been created by humans. There was only one reason for this. That was, the place where the evil spirit was sealed would become a dangerous place. Any living being that dared to approach this place would be brutally attacked. Not long after Qin Shujian entered the valley, a large number of wolves slowly appeared in front of him. The eyes of every wild wolf were a strange blood red, and the hair on their bodies stood up like steel spikes. Sharp and slender teeth appeared in their open mouths, and their saliva unconsciously dripped onto the ground. Qin Shujian didn't need to say anything. The bow of heaven and earth had already absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It then condensed a spiritual arrow and shot it out. When the spiritual arrow was shot, the arrow split into dozens of arrows and shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 wild wolves were pierced through. When their corpses fell to the ground, a strong smell of blood instantly spread out. Inside the spirit spring, these wild wolves were mostly in the 7th or 8th stage of the basic martial realm. In front of the cosmos bow, it was practically useless. The strong smell of blood spread out. In an instant, the other wild wolves were irritated, and they immediately pounced towards Qin Shujian. Shua, Shua. The spiritual arrow pierced through the air, piercing through all the wild wolves that approached. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, continued to walk forward. There were at least hundreds and thousands of wolves in the dense pack. But no matter how they pounced, they couldn't get close to Qin Shujian. The source of life continued to enter. Soon, a sealing altar appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. It was the same as the heaven-toppling ordinary realm. This was also the 6-star array's altar. The seal uses the 6-star array as the foundation. The higher the seal, the stronger the evil spirit is. It seems that the strength of the evil spirit sealed here is only average. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Then, he took out a jar from his storage ring and emptied it of the remaining blood. Then, the heavenly thunder rumbled again, and the altar shattered. An evil spirit broke out of the seal and came out, facing the thunderous attack that had been waiting for a long time. It was the fiend suppressing seal. This caused the evil spirit to roar furiously as it was forcefully suppressed. Then, a shocking saber aura slashed down. A complete Dao seal and half a Dao seal shone brightly and swallowed the evil spirit. From beginning to end, the cosmos bow didn't even have a chance to attack. The evil spirit didn't even have a chance to resist. The attack came quickly and left quickly as well. When the evil spirit died, the thunder lingering in the sky dissipated completely. Let's go somewhere else. After seeing 10 luck points and a large amount of source of life enter his account, Qin Shujian immediately turned and left. An evil spirit. It had contributed at least 10,000 points of source of life to him. This was for Qin Shujian now. This was also the amount that the entire Yuan sect would need to spend about a day to gather for him. Then, Qin Shujian followed the guidance of the map again. He spent almost a month. He traveled through 5 true provinces and 13 ordinary provinces and finally killed all 7 evil spirits near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. What replaced them was, a total of 70 luck points were credited to him. Combined with the original 10 points of luck points, the total number of luck points had reached 80 points. As for the source of life, it had reached 500,000 points during this period. It could be said that 500,000 points of source of life was the largest amount of money Qin Shujian had ever spent. Other than a few martial arts of the Dao entry level, all of them, including the Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal, could be upgraded. Among them, there was the Celestial Light Alchemy Book and the Forging Ancestral Cannon. Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment. He used up 500,000 points of source of life to upgrade the Forging Ancestral Cannon by 1 level. Suddenly, an even more vast memory surged from the depths of Ouyang Yangming's mind. Everything about being a high-grade blacksmith was revealed. A powerful memory impact. Even though Qin Shujian's mental strength was very strong, he couldn't help but stand rooted to the ground. After a long while, he absorbed everything about a high-grade blacksmith. His sluggish eyes gradually regained their luster. A high-grade blacksmith. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. It was as if the things around him were slightly different now. A high-grade blacksmith, he was only one step away from becoming a blacksmith master. More importantly, a high-grade blacksmith already had the qualifications to forge spirit weapons. A middle-grade blacksmith could only be considered a beginner. A high-grade blacksmith had already reached the pinnacle of blacksmithing. They could forge high-grade spirit weapons. Even though the success rate was not high, it was enough to raise the status of a high-grade blacksmith. A middle-grade blacksmith couldn't compare to this. A blacksmith who had reached this level, he could already see through the essence of things. Even if it was a mountain rock in front of him, the first thing that appeared in Qin Shujian's mind was what flaws it had, and then how to forge and inscribe runes to make it more powerful. Recalling everything about a high-grade blacksmith in his mind, Qin Shujian stroked his chin and thought to himself, it seems that after I go back this time, I have to try and see if I can make a spirit weapon to solve the financial problem of the Shuyuan sect. Thinking of the auction. A spirit weapon started at more than 1 million. His heart immediately began to burn. Although it was difficult to forge a spirit weapon, after absorbing all the memories about a high-grade blacksmith in the forging treasured cannon, he was already at the top of the high-grade blacksmiths. In other words, that was to break through to the peak of the current realm. It was very difficult for other high-grade blacksmiths to forge a spirit weapon, but Qin Shujian had a little confidence. Or else, wouldn't the 500,000 points of life be a waste? As for why he didn't upgrade the Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal, after all, the current Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal was enough for him to run amok in the ordinary realm and the true dominion. So what if he advanced to the next level? He would still be suppressed and would not bring about any substantial changes. As for the cultivation technique, Qin Shujian did not intend to break through to the spirit domain so quickly. He wanted to suppress everything. When he reached a perfect stage, it would naturally be time for him to advance. According to his guess, this would not take too long. While Qin Shujian was searching for the altar and killing the evil spirits, the fiend abyss was in an uproar again. Now, a few more evil spirits had died and were resurrected in the fiend abyss. In a short time, such a large number of incidents naturally attracted the attention of many evil spirits. After a big battle, the angry evil spirits calmed down. When they started to talk, they realized that the person who had attacked seemed to be the same person from the beginning. In other words, during this period, nearly 10 evil spirits had died in the hands of the other party. An evil spirit roared at the sky, shaking the fiend chi crazily surging. I swear to tear him into pieces and seal his soul in the fiend abyss forever. Soon, I can sense that a new area is about to be born in that place. When the time comes, we will use the heaven-earth barrier to kill him and cut him into pieces. 6 Desires, evil lord said sinisterly. He had already remembered the aura of the person who killed him. When he walked out of the fiend abyss, he would be able to find the other party with the aura left behind. When the time came, a monstrous fiend disaster would occur. He would make the other party pay the price in blood. Not only would his soul be sealed in the fiend abyss forever, but anyone related to the other party would also die. If he did not destroy their souls, 6 Desires evil lord felt that he could not vent his anger. That human emperor's lifespan is almost exhausted. The peace of the great Zhao will not last long. When the human emperor passes away, it will be the best time for us to kill our way into that world. When the time comes, billions of territories will become fiend lands. An uncountable number of living beings should also become food in our stomachs. An evil spirit's cold voice rang out, instantly arousing the bloodlust in the hearts of the other evil spirits. Chapter 222. After eliminating the demons near the true dominion of the Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian returned to the Yuan sect. As for the evil devils in other places, they were too far away. He had no intention of heading there for the time being. More importantly, now, he had accumulated 80 luck points. Qin Shujian felt that if he digested them completely, he would undergo a huge transformation. As for whether he could become a level 5 force, it was hard to be sure. By the time Qin Shujian returned to the Yuan sect, nearly 1.5 months had passed since he had left. During this time, the Yuan sect had not changed much. However, more and more players had broken through to the true martial realm from the 10th stage of the martial realm. However, after breaking through to the true martial realm, the speed of the player's advancement had slowed down significantly. Until now, the player with the highest cultivation level in the Yuan sect was only at the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. Of course, many people's cultivation levels had dropped during the battle with the 10 Direction sect. Some of them had dropped several cultivation levels consecutively. After Qin Shujian returned to the Yuan sect, the first thing he had to do, he had to open the sect again and recruit disciples. This time, he did not set the time very early. Instead, he set it 1.5 months later and sent people to spread the news. Instantly, most of the true Dominion in the North Cloud Mansion received the news. As the Yuan sect's power grew stronger, naturally, more and more people wanted to join the Yuan sect. However, after the opening of the sect the last time, the Yuan sect had no intention of recruiting disciples again. As a result, many people were waiting for an opportunity in secret. However, when the news of the Yuan sect opening the sect again spread, the people who received the news were shocked. Then, there was an uproar. Ordinary sects, after the sect opened the sect once, it would be 1 year or even 3 to 5 years before opening the sect again. Just like the Yuan sect, in less than a year, a sect that opened the sect 3 times in a row could be considered unique. However, some people understood the Yuan sect's plan based on this matter. They had opened the sect frequently to recruit disciples without restraint. They wanted to expand the Yuan sect's strength as much as possible. The fact that the Origin sect was now an overlord of the true Dominion, yet it was still in such a hurry to increase its strength, made people suspicious. Some sects were even suspicious. Was the Origin sect not satisfied with the true Dominion of the Liang Mountain? Was he planning to slaughter the other true Dominion? As for the Blue Cloud sect, when Qing Shu heard this news, his beard trembled a few more times. He was almost certain. Yuan Zhong must have done this to prepare for the true domain's ascension to the spirit realm. Ever since he saw the 2 universal heavenly locks, he had been in a daze for a long time. During this period of time, Qing Shu was unable to eat or sleep in peace. With the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, if they went to the spirit realm, even a cultivator of the spirit martial realm could destroy their 1,000 years of foundation. No, the Blue Cloud sect must not be destroyed in my hand. Qing Shu's expression turned ruthless. He had long abandoned the tranquility and inaction of his cultivation. Compared to the existence of the Blue Cloud sect, everything else was floating clouds. Very soon, the Blue Cloud sect also spread the news that they were opening their doors and recruiting disciples. Compared to Yuan Zhong, the Blue Cloud sect was a sect established by a protectorate lord. Naturally, its reputation was not small. However, Yuan Zhong was in the lead. Although the news of the Blue Cloud sect opening their doors spread, it did not cause much of a stir. On the other side, after spreading the news of the sect's opening, Qin Shujian went directly to the forging hall. Sect Master, are there any ores of level 5 or above in the forging hall? After seeing Shen Zhongqing, Qin Shujian went straight to the point. Ores of level 5 or above. Shen Zhongqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled faintly and said, I have some here, but not many. How many do you need? During this period of time, while teaching the players the forging art, he had also issued many missions to collect precious ores. Among them, there were ores of level 5 or above. Although Shen Zhongqing was only a middle-grade forging master, ores of level 5 or above could only be used when forging spirit weapons. However, this did not prevent him from having a motivated heart. He was now a middle-grade forging master. However, this did not mean that he would definitely be a middle-grade forging master in the future. As for his own talent, Shen Zhongqing was still very confident. According to his thoughts, in about 3 to 5 years, he should be able to break through the threshold of middle-grade forging master and enter the ranks of high-grade forging master. When that time came, he would be able to sit in the position of Yuan Zhong's elder calmly. Subsequently, Shen Zhongqing turned and entered the warehouse. He took out several pieces of reddish-brown ores the size of 2 palms and handed them over. Sect Master, this is a level 6 ore, which is the highest grade in the forging hall. Level 6, that's enough. Qin Shujian reached out and took it. With his vision as a high-grade forging master, even if he did not know the name of the ore, he could tell what grade the ore was and roughly what it was used for. This was the means of a top-grade forging master. Just by relying on his eyesight, he could distinguish a lot of things. Seeing that Qin Shujian was about to leave, Shen Yuqing could not help but ask, I wonder what Sect Master wants to do with this level 6 ore? Oh, I want to forge a spirit weapon to play with. Qin Shujian casually replied and then left the forging hall. On the spot, only Shen Yuqing was left there in a daze. He did not notice that the other party had left at all. Because in his mind, only Qin Shujian's words echoed. Forge a spirit weapon to play with. Could it be that this sect master was a forging master? After all, even for a high-grade forging master, it was not easy to forge a spirit weapon. Only a forging master would dare to say that he would forge a spirit weapon to play with. When Shen Yuqing came back to his senses, Qin Shujian was long gone in the forging hall. Could it be that the sect master is really a forging master, or because he got the ancestral book of forging, he directly had the idea of forging a spirit weapon? His thoughts were running fast in his mind. Obviously, Shen Yuqing was more convinced of the last guess. That was, after Qin Shujian got the ancestral book of forging, he was attracted by the esoteric forging techniques in it and directly had the idea of forging a spirit weapon. He might not even be a low-grade forging master. Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to chase after him. After all, it was not easy to get a 6th grade ore. He could not let it go to waste. However, when he was about to take a step forward, Shen Yuqing stopped abruptly. Because he suddenly realized, no matter what, the other party was the sect master of Yuan sect. In a sense, the things in the forging hall belonged to the sect master. If the other party wanted to use the 6th grade ore to practice, he could not say anything. Well, let it be a waste. Although the 6th grade ore is precious, it is not too rare. There will always be a chance to get it in the future. Shen Yuqing shook his head and finally let go of the plan in his heart. Immediately. Thus, he temporarily forgot about this matter. On the other side, after Qin Shujian got the 6th grade ore, he directly returned to his courtyard. He closed the courtyard door. The storage ring flashed slightly and 5 6th grade ores appeared in front of him. Then, he put them on the stone table by the side. Subsequently, Qin Shujian sat directly on the stone bench as if he was resting with his eyes closed. After a while, he opened his eyes and picked up a piece of ore with his left hand. Then, he stretched out his right hand and the vital essence in his body surged crazily. The vast vital essence finally condensed in his palm. Immediately, a ball of fire was burning in the air. There seemed to be faint purple lightning flashing in the blazing flame. Level 10 Yang Fire, Extreme Yang Fire. Then, Qin Shujian directly threw the ore in his hand into the Yang Fire. 1 piece, 2 pieces, very soon. He threw all 5 6th grade ores in. At this moment, the vital essence gushed out from his dantian and constantly stimulated the Yang Fire. However, no matter how hot the Yang Fire was, the 5 reddish-brown ores were still floating in the flame and showed no signs of melting. To this, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. His right hand maintained the vital essence and stimulated the Yang Fire. His left hand guided the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his fingertips and then wrote runes in the air. Almost in less than 2 or 3 breaths. A strange rune that represented the fire condensed in the air and was then thrown into the Yang Fire. In the blink of an eye, the Yang Fire seemed to have met some fuel and suddenly soared. The temperature of the surrounding air also rose. Then, Qin Shujian's movements didn't stop at all. His left hand condensed 18 fire runes in one breath and then threw them all into the yang fire. The originally slightly red flame had now turned dark red. The 6th grade ores that were originally unmoving in the yang fire seemed to be melting little by little. Traces of impurities were being separated from them. But the speed of separation was somewhat slow. Suddenly, Qin Shujian suddenly withdrew his right hand. The yang fire, without the support of the vital essence, still used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as fuel and maintained its original state. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Liang mountain seemed to be attracted and gathered towards the courtyard. In the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one rune after another condensed. Here, Qin Shujian let out a soft cry and threw all the runes he had condensed into the yang fire. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the yang fire was already burning fiercely. Now, with the addition of the runes, the dark red flame suddenly soared. At this moment, the yang fire suddenly spread out. Waves of heat constantly swept in all directions, causing the temperature of the courtyard to rise by several levels. Even outside the courtyard, one could clearly feel the terrible heat. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression became serious. He no longer condensed new runes. Instead, using the vital essence in his dantian as a foundation, he began to gradually compress the burning space of the yang fire. Chapter 223. The surging vital essence condensed. Under the pressure of the vital essence, the yang fire that was originally spreading out shrank bit by bit. After a long time, the yang fire had already been compressed into a dark red lotus platform. Above the lotus platform, it was the 6th grade ore that had been partially decomposed. Until now, Qin Shujian's expression finally became serious. The vital essence was constantly maintaining the operation of the lotus platform and then forcing out the impurities of the ore bit by bit. Right now, the yang fire had been compressed to the limit. He could clearly feel the berserk power contained within. If there was no vital essence to maintain it. Once the lotus platform exploded, everything that Qin Shujian suspected could be directly leveled. The change of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the gradually increasing temperature. It finally attracted the attention of others. What happened? Niu Feng chased after the source of the heat and finally stopped outside the courtyard. As the mountain guardian elder, he paid special attention to every movement in Mount Liang. Now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being drawn. A powerful scorching aura spread out, forcing Niu Feng to go and see what was going on. Standing in front of the courtyard, he could clearly feel a terrifying aura brewing inside, as if it could directly devour him once it erupted. What kind of divine technique is the sect master cultivating? Without permission, Niu Feng didn't dare to barge in. Then, Niu Feng directly retreated to the side and meditated on a large stone. He didn't turn around and leave. Now, the sect master was cultivating inside. Since he had met him, he naturally had to protect him. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was still controlling his vital essence to maintain the stability of the yang fire lotus platform and then further calcined the ore. The lotus fire calcined. The impurities were separated. Time passed little by little. The surrounding temperature also gradually rose, and finally maintained at a relative level. Finally, a day had passed. Qin Shujian's originally serious expression became calm. His vital essence was still suppressing the eruption of the yang fire. Fortunately, he was someone who had condensed 2 universal heavenly locks. In terms of the density of his vital essence, it was far from comparable to other peak true martial arts. Even the speed of self-recovery was incomparable to that of ordinary people. It was also because of this. After maintaining this state for a day and a night, the consumption of vital essence could still be maintained. At this time, the 6th grade ores had completely melted and turned into a silver-white liquid that was repeatedly calcined by the yang fire. As for the other side, there was a mass of reddish-brown impurities. Qin Shujian maintained the vital essence control with one hand and used the other to remove the impurities. Then he recalled the shape of the item he wanted to forge in his mind. His hands continued to inscribe runes, and then he sent them into the silver-white liquid. The yang fire impurities. Another strand of the impurities were like threads by the fire by the impurities. Then Qin Shujian used his spiritual ether to further compress the silvery white liquid, slowly approaching the shape of a long sword. When the long sword was formed, he then used his spiritual qi and vital essence to carve a few runes to stabilize the shape of the long sword. Then, he used his vital essence to isolate the connection between the yang fire and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Soon after, the dark red lotus platform slowly dissipated in the air as if it had lost some kind of support. Very soon, the dark red lotus platform disappeared, leaving only a silver-white longsword floating in the air. At this time, Qin Shujian's face finally became serious again. Stabilizing the form was only the first step. Whether or not he could successfully forge a spirit artifact would depend on the following steps. In an instant, a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit qi gathered. Everything about high-grade blacksmiths appeared in his mind again. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt as if he had forged a spirit weapon thousands of times. His hands constantly used his own Jin Yuan as the foundation, and then used the spirit qi of heaven and earth as the support. A rune was quietly imprinted on the sword. As the runes fell, the long sword trembled slightly. The body of the sword, which was originally a little liquefied, seemed to have solidified a little. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth on Mount Liang seemed to have been subjected to some kind of terrifying suction force. Almost all of it was converging towards a certain direction. Then, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had been sucked out quickly rushed in from other places, making up for this temporary gap. Niu Feng, who was sitting on a large rock, felt this scene. He had no choice but to withdraw from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, only to see that a vast sea of spiritual energy had already gathered in the courtyard. A faint cyan color appeared in his eyes. What a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Niu Feng's heart shook violently. With such a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, even if he only took a breath, he could feel his Jin Yuan becoming restless. At this moment, Qin Shujian didn't care about the changes in the outside world at all. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth increased, the speed at which he carved the runes also changed. In an instant, 365 runes were all imprinted on the body of the sword. Hum. When the last rune fell, the long sword let out a crisp hum. In the sky, at some point, lightning had already gathered. When the last rune fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A loud crack sounded. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a baby's arm suddenly fell from the sky, and then accurately bombarded the long sword. A bolt of lightning struck. The sword body trembled violently from the impact. However, after the first bolt of lightning fell, a second bolt of lightning fell, and once again bombarded the long sword. Everyone in the Yuan sect was awakened by this earth-shattering sound. Then, when they looked up at the thunderbolts that kept falling from the sky, their faces were filled with horror. Is someone advancing to the tribulation passing stage, or is he preparing to ascend? A player couldn't help but complain again, but the shock on his face was real. If he didn't know that he wasn't in the immortal cultivation world. There was no so-called tribulation passing stage. He really thought that he was playing a Xianxia game. Suddenly, some people were attracted by the thunderbolts, and wanted to go in the direction of the thunderbolts. But soon, they were stopped by Niu Feng, who was guarding outside. Niu Feng looked around at the people and sternly shouted, "Without the permission of the sect master, no one is allowed to come near. All of you, back off." Those who originally wanted to see the situation heard him. After all of them cupped their hands, they immediately turned around and left. They were just attracted by the strange phenomenon, so they wanted to see what was going on. But now that they were stopped by Niu Feng, no one was bold enough to really want to force their way in. After all, not to mention other things, just the identity of the mountain guarding elder made few people dare to easily offend him. The three elders. He was an existence that was above the other elders. As for Shen Yuqing, when he saw the thunderbolts fall, his whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he directly stood there in a daze. The birth of a spiritual artifact. Thunder body tempering. He suddenly thought of what Qin Shujian had said before, and then thought of the few pieces of grade 6 ores that the other party had taken away. Originally, Shen Yuqing thought that the other party was just saying. It was simply a fantasy to want to forge a spiritual artifact. Even in the pill tripod sect, there were only a few people who could forge a spiritual artifact. However, the other party's actions yesterday, and the thunderbolts that fell from the sky today, they were all constantly stimulating Shen Yuqing's nerves. Could it be that the sect master is also a high-grade blacksmith, or a master blacksmith? He couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Although he had never heard of the other party having any achievements in the path of forging. But couldn't he keep a low profile? Perhaps the other party had long been a powerful blacksmith, but he just didn't expose it. Thinking of this, Shen Yuqing couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately went out of the forging hall, and then rushed in the direction of the thunderbolts. In the end, he was just a small middle-grade blacksmith. If he could get some pointers, he might be able to take fewer detours and become a high-grade blacksmith faster. This wasn't Shen Yuqing's imagination. Sometimes, a word of advice was better than several years of hard work. If the pill tripod sect was still around, a young middle-grade blacksmith like him naturally wouldn't lack the guidance of a powerhouse. But now the pill tripod sect was gone. He could only rely on himself to explore the path of forging bit by bit. This process was extremely slow. Now, he finally met a senior expert in the path of forging. No matter what, Shen Yuqing wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. However, before he could reach the courtyard, a voice rang out. He was already stopped by Niu Feng. Without the sect master's permission, no one is allowed to come close. Elder Yuqing, please go back. This Shen Yuqing stood in place and hesitated. Looking at Niu Feng, who was like an iron tower blocking him, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. If he just left like this, he was a little unwilling. It wasn't easy to see someone forge a spiritual artifact. If he just missed it, it would be too regretful. But if he didn't leave, Niu Feng obviously wouldn't let him go. At this moment, lightning continued to fall in the courtyard. The terrifying heavenly might spread, causing Qin Shujian to take 2 steps back slightly. He didn't confront the power of the lightning head-on. As for the Osmanthus tree, now under the awe of the power of the lightning, the branches and leaves trembled slightly. The flowers kept falling and then were easily crushed by the power of the lightning. Thunderbolts fell one after another. The long sword was nurtured in the sea of lightning and withstood the constant bombardment of lightning. The runes that were originally engraved on the surface of the sword were also shining brightly at this time. It was as if with each lightning strike, they gradually merged with the sword itself. Qin Shujian stared at the scene in front of him but didn't do anything. If the spiritual artifact was about to be born, it had to withstand the tempering of the lightning. Or else, it couldn't become a real spiritual artifact. If it wasn't for the tempering of the lightning, the spiritual artifact couldn't have extraordinary power. This was a process that had to go through and no one could stop it. Now, the only thing Qin Shujian had to consider was whether the long sword could withstand the tempering of the lightning. This was also the last step that stopped most blacksmiths. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's ears twitched slightly. Then, he said lightly, "Come in." Chapter 224. Outside the courtyard. Shen Yuqing was hesitant. Niu Feng was also helpless. After all, they were both elders. Although he was more powerful than Shen Yuqing, he could not embarrass Shen Yuqing too much. Therefore, Shen Yuqing was hesitating. Niu Feng could only turn a blind eye and pretend that he did not see anything. At this time, Qin Shujian's words were heard. Both of them were stunned. Immediately, Shen Yuqing reacted and said joyfully, "Elder Niu, sect master has already spoken. Please let me go in, please. Seeing this, Niu Feng did not insist. In fact, he also wanted to know what was going on inside. Now that he had Qin Shujian's permission, he planned to go in and see what was going on. The courtyard door opened automatically. After the two of them stepped into the courtyard, they felt a strong power rushing towards them, forcing them to use their protective qi to resist. When they fixed their eyes on it, only lightning filled their vision. In the middle of the lightning, there was a silver-white long sword floating in the air, silently enduring the lightning strikes. The lightning strikes the body. It is indeed the birth of a spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Shen Yuqing was completely excited. The runes that appeared on the sword were extremely mysterious and unpredictable in his eyes. Every stroke seemed normal, but when he looked carefully, there seemed to be a big difference. As for Niu Feng, he looked at the scene in front of him in shock and confusion. When the two of them came in, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to them. His eyes were still on the long sword. As time went by, the silver-white sword finally reached its limit. The sword was still trembling as if it would crack at any time. However, the lightning in the sky did not stop. Why is it taking so long? Qin Shujian looked at the lightning that did not seem to have any intention of dissipating and thought to himself. According to his estimation, generally, the lightning tribulation would be over after 36 strikes. Now, more than 50 strikes had fallen, which obviously exceeded the range that an ordinary low-grade spiritual weapon could withstand. Although the longsword was a 6th-grade ore, however, it wasn't truly invincible. Looking at the lightning that was still falling, Qin Shujian did not stand idly by. He blasted out a palm. The palm instantly expanded and pressed towards the lightning in the sky. Rumble. When the energy palm collided with the thunderbolt, the energy exploded, but the thunderbolt was also destroyed. He suddenly made a move. As if angering the thunderbolts in the sky, several more thunderbolts descended in an instant. Each one of them was at least twice as thick as before. Before they descended, the terrifying might already caused one's expression to change. Shen Zhongqing immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, when thunder is tempering spiritual weapons, outsiders must not interfere. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation and an even more terrifying thunder punishment will descend." Lightning punishment from the sky. That was definitely not a joke. Even an expert in the spiritual martial realm could be severely injured or even killed. However, he was currently in the true dominion. The lightning punishment shouldn't be that strong. However, Shen Yuqing looked at Qin Shujian, who had a calm expression on his face. He wasn't confident either. If the lightning punishment couldn't hold on any longer, perhaps 1/3 of the Yuan sects would be affected. He looked at the descending thunderbolts. A terrifying might instantly erupted from his body. The vast quintessential essence in his dantian surged violently, as if it was about to break through some kind of restriction. 2 silver chains appeared out of thin air and locked Qin Shujian's wrists tightly. However, Qin Shujian didn't sense anything. He immediately formed a seal with both hands. A terrifying shadow appeared in the sky. The figure, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, looked up at the sky and roared silently. An ancient aura instantly spread out in all directions. Middle-grade divine level, great desolate devil suppressing seal. The seal was formed. A huge palm supported the sky. From afar, only the 2 chains pierced through the universe and the thunderbolts descended from the sky. A terrifying figure stepped on the ground and faced the thunderbolts with a palm strike, venting his anger. Qing Shu immediately stopped in his tracks. Looking at the scene in the distance, his eyes were filled with horror. Although he didn't go near, he could still feel an unparalleled power. That was a power that could easily crush those at the peak of the true force. Universe Heavenly Lock. Qing Shu murmured. Then he looked at the source of the strange phenomenon and exclaimed, as expected, the person who condensed the universe Heavenly Lock is from the Yuan sect. At this moment, a demon-subduing seal directly destroyed the thunderbolts under everyone's horrified gazes, and the remaining power blasted into the sky. Boom! Invisible waves rippled. The thunderclouds that gathered in the sky instantly dispersed. In just a few breaths, The sky became clear again. However, no one spoke. They recalled the scene just now in a daze, as if they had seen something incredible. Gulp. Lin Jie swallowed hard. The scene of the thunderclouds being destroyed with one blow had been deeply engraved in his mind. It was just a blow from a true force-level warrior. However, it gave him an illusion that even a spirit martial-level warrior was far inferior. It couldn't be helped. The shock of destroying the thunderclouds with one blow was even greater than the shock of a battle between powerful warriors. That was a real contest with the power of heaven and earth. Fighting with heaven was endless fun. For some reason, such a sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jie's mind. As for the other players from the Yuan sect, they had completely turned into spectators. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. There are no words to express it. I can only use the word F***CK to express my respect. Did anyone record a video just now? If so, remember to send me a copy. After a short period of shock, the players were in an uproar. Facing the thunderbolts head-on. Splitting the thunderclouds with a palm. No matter which one it was not something that players at this stage could come into contact with. Therefore, the shock that it brought to them was needless to say. As the vital energy that exploded quieted down, the universe heavenly lock gradually disappeared. Qin Shujian retracted his palm, and the thunderbolts in the sky had all disappeared. To be honest, even he was a little surprised that he had released all his strength. At the last moment, if the universe heavenly lock hadn't appeared and forcefully suppressed the power, he might have been able to release even more power. Although he was shocked, however, on the surface, Qin Shujian appeared to be at ease, as if he had expected this. He simply waved his sleeves, as if dispelling the non-existent dust in front of him. Then, he walked up to the long sword and grabbed it. As for Niu Feng and Shen Yuqing, they were already stunned. Especially Shen Yuqing. As the saying went, the more one saw, the more one could understand how terrifying Qin Shujian's move was. Although he didn't know what those two chains were, he could understand how magnificent it was to shatter the thunder punishment and destroy the thunderclouds with one palm. After the shock, Shen Yuqing looked at the long sword in Qin Shujian's hand and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. She exclaimed, "The aura of the sword is strong, and the aura of the sword is like frost." Yuqing boldly asks, "Has sect leader already reached the level of smithing master?" "Just a mere superior grade smithing master." It was just 2 words, but Shen Yuqing felt as if he had suffered a fatal blow. Then, he forced a smile to wipe away his embarrassment and sighed. "I didn't expect sect leader to be a superior grade smithing master. Yuqing has been rude." While speaking, he bowed respectfully. This had nothing to do with strength. It had nothing to do with the other party's identity and status. The reason was entirely because of the other party's achievements in the Tao of smithing. There was no seniority in learning, and the one who reached the top was the teacher. This bow. It was a big bow he gave to the senior in the Tao of smithing as a smithing master. After the bow, Shen Yuqing straightened up and looked at the long sword in Qin Shujian's hand with a burning gaze. She asked in a deep voice, "Sect leader, may I know the name of this sword?" "Nameless." "So it's the nameless sword. Good name." Looking at Shen Yuqing, who didn't seem to be lying, Qin Shujian looked at her as if she was a fool. He wanted to say that he hadn't thought of a name yet, so he didn't have a name for the time being. But on second thought, it seemed that it wasn't a bad name to just call it the nameless sword. Not noticing Qin Shujian's gaze, Shen Yuqing continued, "Sect leader, can I take a look at this spirit artifact?" "As you wish." Qin Shujian casually tossed the nameless sword out. Shen Yuqing hurriedly reached out to catch it. When she caught the sword, she didn't dare to carelessly catch it. She could only choose to hold the hilt. After all, the spirit artifact's sharpness was shocking. If she was careless, she would end up with a limb separated from her body. After holding the nameless sword, Shen Yuqing's fingers gently stroked the sword. A cold chill surged from it. She could vaguely feel the fire energy that hadn't completely dissipated, as well as a slight remnant of lightning energy. Faint patterns could be seen on the silver-white sword. Those were the runes that the smithing master had engraved on the sword. They were the true foundation of the spirit artifact. After being forged by lightning, they had completely merged with the sword. Once she obtained the nameless sword, Shen Yuqing stood on the spot without moving. Her attention was completely focused on the long sword. On the other side, Niu Feng also cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader." Qin Shujian walked up to Niu Feng and said, "I'm just forging something so that the people in the sect don't panic and don't cause any chaos." This time, the forging of the spirit artifact caused a huge commotion. It was much more powerful than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, many people in Yuan's sect would definitely be affected. These problems had to be solved. Niu Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, sect leader. I know what to do." "Then go." Hearing that, Niu Feng didn't say anything else. He immediately turned and left. On the other side, Qin Shujian turned back and sat down on the stone bench. Then, he used his vital essence to boil the water. Then, he made a pot of spirit tea and enjoyed it. Although the lightning energy was powerful, under the control of his vital essence, it didn't cause any major problems. Everything in the courtyard was basically in good condition. The only thing that was affected was, Qin Shujian glanced at the osmanthus tree. The branches and leaves swayed slightly with the breeze. However, it seemed to be trembling slightly. As for Shen Yuqing, she was already obsessed with the profound runes of the nameless sword. The scene became quiet for a moment. Chapter 225. Forging a spiritual weapon. Even as an upper-grade forging master, Qin Shujian still felt tired. But as he drank the spirit tea, the tiredness dissipated a little. But Qin Shujian also understood one thing. That was, spiritual weapons couldn't be forged casually. This time, if he wasn't strong enough to directly disperse the thundercloud, the forging would be a failure. Of course, the most important thing was the mental exhaustion. Each of the 365 runes on the nameless sword took a lot of energy to inscribe. Qin Shujian secretly estimated his own state. In the next 2 months, there was basically no possibility of forging a spiritual weapon. Once he forced it, not to mention whether it would succeed or not, once the mental exhaustion was excessive, it was likely to cause permanent damage. Half a day passed. Shen Yuqing reluctantly returned the nameless sword and then said, "Sect Master, I'd like to ask about forging. I wonder if it's convenient." "Answer my question first." Sect Master, please go ahead. Let me ask you, how much is a spiritual weapon like the nameless sword worth?" Qin Shujian opened his mouth and asked. The price of a low-grade spiritual weapon wasn't fixed, it depended on the quality, and the fluctuation each time was not small. Shen Yuqing was a disciple of the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect was famous for alchemy and forging, so she should know more about the market of spiritual weapons. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing was also stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, the nameless sword's quality should be of medium level among low-grade spiritual weapons." However, the sect master's understanding of the art of forging made it so that although the quality was medium, its power was enough to be ranked as high. If it was in the outside world, a spiritual weapon like this should be worth about 4 to 6 million. 4 to 6 million taels. Hearing the other party's words, Qin Shujian's face also showed a smile. Now the Origin sect's treasury was less than 2 million, and it had to maintain the sect's daily expenses. Now, a spiritual weapon. It was equivalent to 3 times the silver in the Origin sect's treasury. Of course, this didn't include other assets. If one were to include cultivation methods, martial arts, and even other things, Yuan Zhong was still relatively wealthy. At least, they were much wealthier than the other true Dominion sects. In any case, they had swallowed the resources of 8 sects. No matter how poor he was, he couldn't possibly be that poor. Subsequently, Qin Shujian seriously explained some problems in forging to Shen Yuqing. This was especially true for the gap between an intermediate blacksmith and an upper blacksmith. Although he hadn't been in contact with the art of forging for a long time, he was still very familiar with it. However, after becoming a high-grade blacksmith. He was already not inferior to those who had accumulated decades of experience in the Tao of forging. Very quickly, another few hours passed. Qin Shujian finally shut his mouth. Shen Yuqing, who was standing by the side, was also satisfied. The explanation this time. This allowed Shen Yuqing to have a clearer understanding of her future path as an intermediate blacksmith. This was the benefit of having the experience of a senior. Otherwise, he would have to rely on himself to figure things out. At the very least, it would take several times longer. As for Qin Shujian, he had no intention of being stingy. After all, in the end, Shen Yuqing, she was still the face of Yuanzhong's forging hall and a talent that he planned to nurture in the future. Although his forging art had already surpassed her by a lot. However, as the leader of a sect, he had no choice but to accept it. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to personally preside over the forging hall. The real support of the forging hall still depended on Shen Yuqing and some talents that he would nurture in the future. As for Qin Shujian himself, the forging art was only one of his personal techniques. Perhaps when he was interested, he would use the forging art. However, most of the time, he wouldn't do it personally. At that moment, Qin Shujian's expression suddenly froze. Attention! Blue Cloud Sect Master Qing Shu has stepped into Yuanzhong's territory. When he saw the system's message, he quickly came to his senses. Qing Shu, why did you suddenly come to Yuanzhong instead of staying in the Blue Cloud Sect? Qin Shujian was puzzled at first. However, he still got up and left the courtyard with Shen Yuqing. No matter what, the arrival of a sect master couldn't be too rude. At the foot of Liang Mountain, Qing Shu stood there and didn't move forward. Looking at the already large-scale village, he could feel Yuanzhong's vigor. This was different from the tranquility of the Blue Cloud Sect. They were two completely different concepts. He was both amazed by Yuanzhong's strength and silently waiting for Yuanzhong's people to come. After stepping into Yuanzhong's territory, Qing Shu knew that Qin Shujian had received a warning from the heavenly Tao. What he had to do now was to wait for Yuanzhong's people to come. An unfamiliar old Taoist stood at the entrance of the village. Many passers-by were puzzled. There were even some players who wanted to go up and say hello to see if they could trigger some mission. After all, Qing Shu, who had white hair and a youthful complexion, was like an immortal figure. He stood there motionless. He gave people an unfathomable feeling. Not long after, a person came down from Mount Liang and saw Qing Shu standing at the entrance of the village. He immediately cupped his hands and said, Yuanzhong's Shu Yuanming, may I ask if you are the Blue Cloud Sect Master Qing Shu? Qing Shu greets Elder Shu. Qing Shu cupped his hands and said. Following Yuanzhong's rise to fame, the elders within the sect were also known by the other sects. Shu Yuanming smiled and said, when the sect master heard that you were coming, he asked me to come and welcome you. Please follow me up the mountain. Please. Please. Then, Shu Yuanming took the lead and led Qing Shu up the mountain. As for the players on the other side, after hearing the conversation between the two, they realized that this seemingly unfathomable old Taoist was the sect master of the Blue Cloud Sect. Why is the sect master of the Blue Cloud Sect here? Is he ready to surrender after seeing how powerful Yuanzhong is? Hey, that's not impossible. I thought it was some powerful figure. It's just the sect master of the Blue Cloud Sect. TSK. The players discussed animatedly, but they soon forgot about Qing Shu. He was the sect master of the neighboring True Dominion. There was nothing worth discussing. On the other side, Shu Yuanming brought Qing Shu to meet Qin Shujian. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian and Qing Shu sat opposite each other. He did not know when it had started. He was not used to meeting guests in the Legacy Martial Hall. Instead, he liked to sit in his small courtyard and brew a cup of spirit tea. It was more comfortable than anything else. After pouring a cup of spirit tea for Qing Shu, Qin Shujian said gently, "What brings you here today, Sect Master Qing Shu?" "I won't beat around the bush. I only have one thing to ask Sect Master Qin, feel free to speak." Upon seeing how solemn Qing Shu was, Qin Shujian also became serious. Upon hearing this, Qing Shu looked at Qin Shujian's expression and asked word by word, "May I ask if Sect Master Qin has condensed the Universal Skylock?" Sect Master Qing Shu knows about the Universal Skylock too? This rhetorical question was actually a direct answer. Qing Shu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I would like to ask again. Does Sect Master Qin want to break the shackles of the True Dominion and upgrade the Liang Mountain True Dominion to the Spirit Dominion? Who wouldn't want to be the Protectorate Lord of the Spirit Dominion if they had the chance?" Qin Shujian smiled faintly. On the other hand, Qing Shu's expression changed again. That's right. The Spirit Dominion did not want to be the Spirit Dominion. If Qing Shu had the chance to break the shackles of the True Dominion, he might not be able to resist the temptation. After all, the Spirit Dominion was not comparable to the True Dominion's Spirit Dominion. If one could become the Spirit Dominion, one had to be an expert who could dominate a region. Upon seeing the change in Qing Shu's expression, Qin Shujian said, "Sect Master Qing Shu must have come here for more than these two questions. If there is anything else, you can say it all at once." Qing Shu did not reply immediately. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stood up, cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "I am willing to share 30% of the profits of the Blue Cloud Sect's businesses with your sect. I only hope that Sect Master Qin can take care of the Blue Cloud Sect when you become the Spirit Dominion in the future." Sect Master Qing Shu, some jokes should not be made. "I'm not joking." Upon seeing Qing Shu's expression, Qin Shujian finally knew why the other party had come to visit him. Just like the True Dominion could assimilate the ordinary Dominion around it, the Spirit Dominion could also assimilate the True Dominion. Although the Blue Cloud Sect and other sects of the True Dominion seemed powerful, they were still very weak in comparison to the Spirit Dominion. Or else, these sects would not be content to stay in a corner of the True Dominion. They would have left the True Dominion and entered the Spirit Dominion or even the land above the Spirit Dominion. The sects that were still in the True Dominion. To put it bluntly, they were still not strong enough to establish themselves in the land above the True Dominion. Qin Shujian took a sip of the spirit tea and said with a faint smile, "Please take a seat, Sect Master Qing Shu. I would like to know how many businesses the Blue Cloud Sect owns and how much they are worth. The Blue Cloud Sect has been established for thousands of years. There are 57 True Dominion properties in the North Cloud Mansion. Our sect is involved in all kinds of legitimate businesses and provides about 2.7 million taels of silver annually. 2.7 million taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change much. 2.7 million taels of silver seemed like a lot. However, after deducting all the expenses of the thousands of disciples in the Blue Cloud Sect, the actual amount left was not that impressive. Ever since he had become the head of the sect, he was becoming more and more sensitive to the number of taels of silver. Although the other party had offered 30% of the profits, it was actually 810,000 taels of silver. If this had been in the past, Qin Shujian had no reason to reject such a huge sum of silver. However, times had changed. 2 million taels of silver annually, Qin Shujian said seriously as he stretched out two fingers. Qing Shu's face twitched as he said with difficulty, "Sect Master Qin, you are also the master of a sect. You should know that the operation of a sect requires a lot of resources. The Blue Cloud Sect's annual profit is only 2.7 million taels of silver. If you take away most of it, how can I explain this to the sect disciples? 2 million taels of silver. I will ensure that the Blue Cloud Sect will not be destroyed in 20 years. Qin Shujian said firmly. Our sects will discuss this again after 20 years. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.